Guten Morgen, my dear friends and family. We are starting our morning coffee review. Coffee's here, everything's here. I'm armed and reinforced by Red Bull as well. And we are starting without the intro as fast as possible, only because Michael Patterson is here. So basically now we can begin. Thank Michael for that, my dear friends. It's so good to see you. We have the whole army of the moderators here as always. Ali and Newman and Katya, hello. Also Matthias and Jellyfish and Michael and Landeus, Miriam, Steve. Steve, I hope that you have some kind of power bank at least, because it sucks without electricity. I know myself, 2023, 2022, that was really bad. I had a bunch of power banks, a power station and a generator that works totally insane. And hello my friend Lisbeth, as always, good to see you. Brigitte, Bernard, Remo and everyone else. Jasnila, how could I miss you? Alexander, hello my dear friends. Let's start. JG, good morning to you as well. And Adam, I think I mentioned everyone. And Russo Jap, hello to the beautiful East Tennessee. Oh my God. Okay, let's dive into the updates. We have some very good recent strikes taking place in Russia. Overnight we have a bunch of good Ukrainian drones flying straight towards Moscow, though we don't have details on those strikes like what happened here, but they were also flying towards Bryansk and Oryol. Kursk, in Oryol, that amazing substation went in flames very well these days. Voronezh, and also they went all the way south, Rostov-on-Don, Donetsk, and today we received confirmation from our special forces that actually hit a bunch of fuel facilities on the territory of Crimea, right? And before we switch to Crimea, you probably think like, dude, where did you go since Sunday, right? Like, what happened? Guys, everything's fine. Thank you so much for being worried about me, but there was no reason to be worried. Everything is fine. It's just a bunch of tasks that were supposed to be done yesterday. As usual, some tasks failed, and also I decided to make several videos for my side channels, talking about the seeming channel, right? Because I also have this one. That's just in case. Like, I know that not a lot of people actually enjoy flight simulators and stuff like that, but that's my guilty pleasure, right? So if you are into flight simming, you can just do that. All right, let me just throw this link into the chat real quick. Literally, if you like this stuff, all right, just in case. Okay, now let's return to the updates. Let's do like this and like this. So we are expecting more details from those strikes that took place on the territory of the Terrorist Federation. Why am I screaming so loud, friends? And no one is saying that I'm screaming. Guys, don't tolerate that. Tell me that I'm screaming and I will change the levels just a bit, all right? Jason, good morning. Luke, hello. And Dacian Ryder and Hunter Feza, hello, my friends. Pat Scully, Toby, everybody here. All right. What else do we have? Let's switch to some updates coming from the Volgograd. According to Reuters, the Volgograd oil refinery stopped working because the main processing facility was absolutely obliterated, which is good, which is something we always expect from such strikes. It means that we will see more angry faces, like this guy. We will see more of him. I'm already missing this dude, right? Hopefully we will see more of that stuff in the Telegram channels. Jason, I am screaming because I can see the levels. All right, I will make myself just a bit louder, just for you, my friend. All right. The NATO Secretary General says that Russia is not overtaking NATO in terms of producing ammo and shells, which is something very, very good to know. Finally, in 2025, he said that in the very closest, in the observable future, Russia will keep being the destabilizing factor in Europe and the world, which is again something I would really, really like the White House to understand finally. All right, and Russia is not alone in its efforts to destroy the global order. It works with China, North Korea, Iran, and other countries. Other countries, I believe that he means forces like AfD, for example, right? AfD, he means Orban and other degenerates, all right? Because we are not swearing in this chat, all right, so we don't. I remember that at least until 2nd of December. It's 7th of November. I already cannot hold myself, all right, cannot restrain myself. We had a cringy episode yesterday where the spokesman for the Czech parliament, Mr. Okamura, well-known pro-Russian supporter, big lover of the Russian terrorism and stuff like that, he actually ordered to remove Ukrainian flag from the Czech parliament, and they did. He celebrated big time, and as a response to that, 3 more Ukrainian flags emerged there on the window. I believe that Mr. Okamura would be probably very, very happy if instead of Ukrainian flag, the Czech members of parliament would just, hang a bunch of Russian flags. He would freaking love that. I believe so. So we can see like 3 Ukrainian flags emerging instead. The Ukrainian flag was hanging next to the Czech flag as a sign of support of Ukraine in its fights against the Russian terrorism since 2022. Okamura was the very, very first politician who actually decided to change that. Didn't really work, as you can see yourself. What else do we have? This one, Mr. Alex Brausewitz. Alex Brausewitz is Trump's advisor. He visited Germany recently, where he, of course, met, hugged, kissed, and had a cold one with the representatives of the ultra-right German party Alternative for Deutschland. He said that they are brave visionaries that form the future of the country. One very, very serious thing here, my friends. So recently there was like a tiny research, a poll, let's say, in Germany, and it was discovered that the ultra-right views, ultra-right opinions are actually growing. Basically every 5th German, according to this research, if you ask me, I will throw it in the chat, all right, because I'm too lazy. But according to the research, every 5th German is actually considering diving into that. So what is the reason for that? The reason is, of course, this absolutely massive Russian disinformation campaign, Russian propaganda that is actually targeting the general public, all right, in the European countries, which is very, very serious, because when ultra-right movements grow, and each ultra-right movement is, in most cases, of course, is funded by Kremlin, and also they support the Kremlin's agenda. They support the idea of exiting European Union, exiting NATO, and that is basically something that opens the gate to the Russian invaders. Unfortunately, the biggest problem is that people nowadays don't really understand the danger of Russian terrorism, the danger of Russian threat. Jay in Kyiv says, by the way, that another AfD member caught working for Russia. Please let me know more about that, right? Because I need more details. I missed this one, but generally here you have it. What Trump's representative says about Alternative for Deutschland, calling them brave visionaries. He says, we are in this together. The globalists are afraid of United Patriots above all. Miroslav Bertovy, hello, my dear friend. Thank you. This sweater is absolutely amazing. The moth loves it. The moth eats it like crazy. So probably it's like very good quality, I noticed. So what he calls being a brave visionary, apparently this means like harboring Russian and Chinese spies in your party, supporting Russian terrorism, supporting Russian atrocities, kissing Putin's ass, and basically appeasing Russian dictator and terrorist regimes around the world. That is the brave visionism, all right, of amazing future of Europe. This stuff should be stopped. And by the way, Jay, thank you so much for dropping this in the chat. I will just try to open it real quick, all right, over there. I can actually do like this. All right, I can do just copy paste, right? And yeah, let's check it out. So according to Der Spiegel, the AfD is being suspected in systematic transferring of the military services to Russia. We talked about this, by the way, in some of the recent updates. Again, thank you so much about this one. We talked about this. So the AfD members of parliament, AfD representatives that have such opportunity, have such power, basically, they did plenty of requests and inquiries to the Ministry of Defense, and basically all of them were related to the military secrets, strategic military objects, and most possibly they were looking, that's in my personal opinion, most probably they were looking for information regarding not only the defense of Deutschland, but also military camps where Ukrainian soldiers are being trained, because we know that Germany is participating in this program. Elizabeth, good evening to beautiful Australia. We know that they were searching specific information regarding the German defense. That's the fact. So besides all that, of course, there were plenty of Russian spies discovered inside of this party. Do supporters of AfD give a slightest damn about that? I would really like to know. Again, if they don't, the only reason is because they still consider Russia being not their enemy. And this is very, very dangerous, my friends. Russia is not your enemy. That's probably some of the most popular tags I keep seeing, all right, on the internet since like 2023 probably, and this is very, very disturbing, all right. Russia is a terrorist regime. It was recognized a terrorist regime in 2022, as you probably know, both by European countries, by NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and Russians are officially terrorists, all right? Russian regime, the ruling Russian regime, Russian government is a terrorist regime, the way they cooperate with the North Koreans. One thing I would really like to ask German people, all right? I will learn this in German as well, because I want to know what do they think about Germany becoming the closest ally with, for example, beautiful countries of Iran, Cuba, North Korea. What do they think about that? Because that's exactly what we will see in case AfD and ultra-right parties around Europe becoming more successful and reaching their political goals. That's exactly what we will see. They will become more like Russia, which means more corruption. Of course, Russia is in top 40 most corrupted countries of the world out of 200, and that's exactly what we will see happening there. Forget about democracy, forget about freedom of speech, forget about basically the welfare you have nowadays, because when corrupted and despotic regimes start ruling the country with their strong hand, that's basically what you're getting deprived of. You can try and name at least a single country where despots actually brought wealth to people, right? I can tell I don't know, countless number of countries where despots actually deprived people from being wealthy, from being peaceful, confident in tomorrow. Strong hand ruling your country never works, and generally speaking, Germany knows about that probably better than everybody else. But people like AfD and those guys appeasing them, they actually make people forget about obvious things, right? When we're talking about never again, turns out that sometimes, never again, but sometimes, all right? Sometimes it happens one more time. During his speech in Berlin, this man Brauserwitz said that Republicans of MAGA actually faced the similar prosecution, repression in the United States. I would actually praise people who prosecute and repress criminals, because that's what we need, all right? I would support people who prosecute and repress Nazi, neo-Nazi, because that's a proper thing to do, all right? We do need the dictatorship of law and order, all right? We need the dictatorship of rules where everyone is equal, regardless if you are a member of parliament, if you are left, right, if you are rich or poor. You need to obey the law, and this law must be based on the values of democracy and freedom for people. And basically then we will not have such ridiculous things like that. And switching to some good news coming from the Terrorist Federation. Oh my God. Remember one time we talked about the Russian cinematography, Russian shows. So in Russia there's only two types of shows, all right? 50-50. 50% of their shows on the television are dedicated to, we're talking series, all right? They're dedicated to criminals, criminal life, thugs, all that stuff, gopniks sitting on bottles of beer and stuff. And other 50% of the Russian shows are generally dedicated to cops, all right? So it's a teenager in Russia growing up has a very, very little choice. It's very simple choice, obviously. Either become a freaking bandit and gopnik, or become a corrupted cop and basically beat up protesters. That's as easy as that, all right? Sometimes those two are intertwined big time. And also there's a big percent of all the stuff related to aliens and extrasensorics and psychics and stuff like that, but We don't give a damn. So one of the Russian actors, the star of the, I know that you're anticipating this, all right? The star of the Russian show called The Sheriff Detective. How to even, I don't know. So in the United States, you have sheriffs, right? You have a person working in a specific area in a police department. Uchastkovy in the Russian language. In Ukraine, we're also having this sheriff position being implemented, by the way. Landau Staker is 100% Muppet for Putin. He will be happy to talk more for Putin, receive more money from Putin, but at the same time, I don't really see him living in Russia for real. In Ukraine, we have this position of sheriff also being implemented. Actually, I considered myself joining the program in like 2019 probably. But in Russia, they have Uchastkovy. Uchastkovy is the chief of a local police department on the level of city district, for example, or city block, all right? That's like the tiniest position. And you have those in villages, you have those in city, rayon, region, all right, city blocks. So this dude was a star of such show, Uchastkovy Detective, all right? Uchastkovy, that's what they call those sheriff, Russian version. This dude was a star of the show. His name was Boris Polovinkin. Polovinkin means... how to translate it? Polovinkin, like it's a last name, but you can literally translate it as half man, all right, like half of a man. For some unexplainable reason, he decided to go to war in Ukraine. How crazy is that? What actually made him do that? I have no idea why he decided to serve with Goldfingers. That's like Russian Chuck Norris, only vice versa. Betty Jean, hello. It's very good to see you in the chat as well. Building analyst, Texas Gopnik. Oh my god. For some unexplainable reason, this very dude decided to go and fight in Ukraine, shoulder to shoulder with Russian convicts mobilized from prison. Flash 73, hello my friend. With convicts, with all sorts of freaking maniacs. Literally, guys, how crazy is that? He was a dude playing a cop, all right, an actor, all right. I understand if like he was a real cop, but that would be even more cringy. A former dude, like a dude who formerly played a cop in the TV series, is serving shoulder to shoulder with like former convicts, rapists, murderers, cannibals, all sorts of ridiculous criminals, all right? And he got improved. He became a better version of himself. Like Lukamato in the chat says, he's actually half a man now. Yeah, so that was basically the case. He became improved. The way he became a fertilizer, all right, on the Ukrainian territory is five Russians went into the bunker, and the last one to enter the bunker was Ukrainian drone. No one survived, everyone became bad up in that very bunker. So that's his story basically. We have Krasnoarmeyski Kraft. The hell is that? So that is like a Krasnoarmeyski public, the community posting a lot of obituaries, all right? So here we have this picture of this iconic Russian actor when he was still a supporter of the Russian terrorism, all right? Now he's good. So This one is great. This footage, by the way, that is something absolutely freaking insane. You can see a Shahed flying into a house, all right, into a civilian house, and it's being shot down by Ukrainian air defense. Literally seconds before crashing into a Ukrainian house full of people, full of civilians, like Russians always do. And this drone, as you can see on the screen, is literally diving. It's literally aimed at the residential building. Maybe the building behind this one, maybe this very building, but that is absolutely crazy. And Ukrainian air defense actually saves all those countless lives by intercepting the drone before it strikes. That is, I have no idea how to describe this stuff, guys. That's literally saving lives right there on our screen. Kudos to Ukrainian defenders. That is mind-blowing, my friends. That's absolutely crazy. Ukrainian guys, Ukrainian air defenders are doing absolutely amazing things with their manpads and interceptor drones. I believe that this one was shot by one, judging from the footage, because if it was maybe though it was one of those missiles developed in Belgium. They created a bunch of small and very, very inexpensive missiles designed specifically to intercept Russian drones like that. They basically don't cost much, all right? They cost just a fraction of AIM 120 MRAM missile, for example. Don't know about the Sidewinder, but I think much less than that. Basically, they're shoulder launched, as far as I understand. There's like different types of platforms used to launch them. I've seen the platform of with 4 launchers in it. All right, I think that one is mounted somewhere on the car, and like this footage is absolutely crazy. Oh my God, I feel happy. I feel happy when I see this stuff. People were saved because if this drone reached the target, we would see again, that crazy footage from Ukrainian Rescue Service. I'm subscribed to their channel as well. I'm monitoring those guys. I have a lot of friends there, and they are publishing a lot of footage from actual places of impacts of terror Russian drones. For example, actually, we can check some of those. All right. Here we can see Sumi. All right, that's from the official communication channel of the Rescue Service of Ukraine. Here we can see Nikopol, again, Russian aggression. Here we have Kherson. Russian attack caused fire in the multi-story building. This is not a military facility, all right? That is literally a Ukrainian civilian apartment, and this stuff is happening every single day, unfortunately, all right? So, switching to the main update of today, my friends, the Ukrainian Special Forces showcased a video of their drones improving the fuel and oil facilities on the territory of the temporarily occupied Crimea. Ukrainian Crimea, that is unfortunately temporarily occupied by the Russian invaders. Let's check this out. So the footage that you can see on your screens is coming from FP2 drones, the drones designed by the Farpoint company in Ukraine. Jason Cowley, Russia is a cancer. I agree with this 150,000%. All right, they are a cancer and they gotta be cured. Okay, collectively. So we can see the drone hitting another entire Russian facility. We have a lot of footage confirming the success of all those strikes. Just a tiny note here, not Crimea, this is Donetsk actually. This is a ammo storage in Donetsk. Sorry for the mishap, because I just seen another one coming from Crimea. We will talk about this, all right? So this one comes from Donetsk, where a massive ammo storage was obliterated, which means again that more Ukrainian lives will be saved, less shells for Russians, more happy Ukrainian kids meeting their fathers, right? Another strike. So this very strike actually eliminated a bunch of Russian drones like Shaheds near the airport in Donetsk. Also, not only Ukrainian drones were used, but also cruise missiles. All right, that's very interesting. And according to the reports, the ammo storage was obliterated, as well as the storage of fuel, and the point where the Russian Shahed drones were prepared for the strike, as well as the power grid. So at the moment of the strike, approximately 1,000 Russian drones of type Shahed were located in this facility, and approximately 1,500 warheads were also stored there. How crazy is that? That was big, my friends. What else do we have? Oh my god. So, Dennis Kazansky, a great person, all right? One of the Ukrainians that I consider literally great, all right? He makes us smile with his ongoing segment called Heroes of Russia. So in Ukraine, this Khanukayev Yakov Eduardovich, he is shown here in the Russian obituary, all right? This amazing person. Looking at this photo, I predict that most probably in the nearest future, the Russian fascists will call a school after him, all right? Will name a school after Khanukayev Yakov Eduardovich, a former Russian policeman, all right, who bravely died on the Ukrainian territory fighting for Putin's palaces and oil. They might call a school desk after Khanukayev, like a little Russian kid will go to school, sit behind the school desk with the name of Khanukayev Yakov Eduardovich on it, and it will be said, Khanukayev Yakov Eduardovich, former Russian policeman, hero of Russia, gave his life for you. So you could sit behind this desk, kid, and learn about the great heroes of Russia. So a couple of words about this man on the picture. He was arrested in 2007. Actually, he was sentenced in 2007 to spend 19 years in prison for rape and murder of 3 prostitutes. So this dude is actually a Russian maniac, all right? Jason, that's equally bad, all right, what he is, what he could be. So he is a Russian maniac who actually raped and murdered the prostitutes because he considered himself like a cleanser, all right? He would cleanse Russia, from prostitutes, from filth, from everything unorthodox. Of course, he would rape them before murdering them, but who cares, right? He did a proper thing, proper Orthodox Russian thing. He was a great patriot of Russia, and basically now I believe that some of the school desks in Russia will be named after him. So in 2023, he joined the Russian terrorists who went to Ukraine, and basically 2 years later, he became a better Russian citizen. What else do we have? We have some good footage coming from Volgorechsk, not far from Kostroma. Kostroma is a Russian region, as you can probably tell from the name. In Kostroma, a Russian heating and power station, 1,000 kilometers from Ukraine, was hit. All right, it forgot that it should stay unexploded, so to say. And Croupier says, good friend of Patrick Lancaster. I believe they were buddies. I have no doubt on that. And today I will prove it, by the way. All right, not this specific case, but the concept. So we have some footage coming from this Russian power generating facility. We can see some fireworks taking place on its territory. The lights, the street lights are still glowing, though. All right. But I think that was temporarily. We also have some video showing the way it should look like, all right? The way every Russian power generation facility should actually look like. Over there. Looks good. And I believe that if we turn on the sound, we will also hear like drones, all right? It's actually too quiet. Anyways, great firework, great show, kudos to Good Ukrainian Drones. They always make people happy, you know, like look at all those Russians. They're not sitting in the bomb shelters, they are not running away for safety with their kids, because they know that Ukrainian drones never strike Russian houses with sleeping citizens inside, like Russians usually do in Ukraine, right? They are happily standing there on the balconies with their smartphones, like, Luda, look what is happening here. Oh my god, this is so beautiful, Luda. Luda, this firework reminds me of our wedding. Yeah, and she's like, yeah, it looks exactly like during our first night. And they hug and kiss. Afanasy kisses Luda, Luda kisses Afanasy, and they feel happy. Ukrainian drones bring happiness to the Russian citizens. Of course, next day they will have problems with, I don't know, cooking scrambled eggs or their freaking shit. But that's just a tiny nuance, right? Yeah. So one interesting thing is that this strike took place immediately after some of the upgrades were introduced on this power-producing facility. The Russian media report that Kostromskaya heating and power station, and actually this is not just heating and power station, this is GRES. GRES is big Russian energy generation facility. It's huge one. Every city in Russia, every big city in Russia has its own GRES. In Moscow there are several of those, so this one is huge, all right? It is reported that it grew its capacity, and we can see that its capacity literally was improved just a bit. Ukrainian drones decided that the capacity of this power plant was not enough, so they decided to make it better. All right. So that's just so cool. And Denis Kazansky actually says that this was some of the biggest and some of the most powerful Russian power plants. Okay, now switching finally to the main update of today. All right, finally we're switching to the video report actually coming from the Ukrainian special operation forces that report successful strikes taking place in Crimea. The Gvardiyska fuel storage base, the one that was burning for like gazillion days a couple of weeks ago, that one is now completely out of order. It was the biggest one on the occupied island peninsula. It was the biggest one. The Russian army was fed by this fuel storage facility, and Ukrainian FP2 drones decided to improve them as well. So we can see another reservoir being hit. And guys, please remember this footage, all right? We will talk just a bit. You can see a bunch of like those living quarters, Ukrainian drones just passing by, like we don't care. Another strike on the Russian train carrying fuel, as we can tell, all right? And there's another one. And I just want to mention one thing, all right, real quick. So we know Shahed, right? The Russian Shahed that Russians call Gerань 2 because they are imbeciles. And Russian Shahed is able to carry between 30 and 40 kilograms of explosive. As Skirker, hello, good morning, my friends. Russian Shaheds carry between 30 and 40 kilograms of explosives based on what is installed on this Shahed, because the very first Shaheds that came from Iran and were used by Russian terrorists against Ukraine, they carried 40 kilograms. They carried actually more explosive than they were carrying eventually. Why so? What's the reason? The old Shaheds were less sophisticated, they were more basic, they had inertial navigation. Basically, that's it, all right? So what Russians did, they improved those Shaheds, they actually keep modifying them every single time, and they started installing all sorts of things. The modules, like control modules based on SIM cards, based on Starlink terminals, whatever. So what is the difference between this one and the Ukrainian FP2 Shahed, all right? Trump is trying to take down his own country, and who does he admire? Pay very close attention. I agree on that, Betty. What's the difference between the Shahed and Ukrainian FP2? Ukrainian FP2 carries more than 2 times the explosive charge. Ukrainian FP2 carries approximately 100 kilograms or more than 200 pounds of high explosives compared to the Russian drones. So even though the Russian drones are like flying 1,000 kilometers, they carry 30-40 kilograms of explosives or around 100 pounds. Ukrainian drones carry 200 pounds of explosives, more than that. And looking at those strikes, looking at Ukrainian drones actually hitting the Russian like fuel trains and stuff, that the explosions, I think they were absolutely enormous. 100 kilograms of explosives, that's a lot, my friends. That's enough to collapse buildings, collapse structures, let alone the tanks filled with fuel, right? That's insane. As a result of this strike, the temporarily occupied peninsula actually remains with big fuel shortage I cannot even tell if they still have fuel for the civilian population. I'm sure they have fuel for military purpose, yeah, but the civilian population is now enjoying the Ruski Mir, all right, in its essence. The Russians that actually supported Russian troops in Crimea, all right, because we had those sick bastards there as well. They were saying we would better experience stones falling from the sky than not being part of Russia. And basically now they can enjoy living in the Ruski Mir. And especially, all the Russians that arrived to Crimea later after the peninsula was annexed by Russian terrorists, they can now just enjoy living in the Ruski Mir perfectly well, all right? That's exactly what they deserve. So, speaking of the FP2 drones, as we know, it was designed by Firepoint, Ukrainian designer that actually received a lot of requests from Ukrainian Ukробron porn, the Ukrainian defense industry, and they're building those drones like crazy. On this picture, you can see FP1. FP2 is based on the same design. Probably it's just a bit modified, but generally they look similar, all right? And this one was presented in May 2025 publicly. FP2, well, kinda similar to this one, all right? Zurimor says, most important midterms of history, vote for democracy. I freaking sign after this, under this statement, my friend. Absolutely, absolutely. Never vote for dictatorship, because that will be literally the last thing you will do in your life, all right? Why the hell did I close the chat on my screen? It's because I'm stupid, I think. Wait a second. Let me bring it back. Where's the... all right, my friends, you're back. You're back on my screen. So it's interesting to see this one. We can see something that looks like... I've no idea. All right. Okay, what else do we have? In Russia, the amazing, wise Russian government decided to block mobile internet and SMS used by the users who returned from abroad. So very, very soon, if you are an unfortunate Russian tourist returning from abroad to your beautiful motherland, you can expect that your SIM card will stop working for 24 hours because Russians are afraid of drone strikes so bad. Steve, airspeed sensors could be, maybe, could be pitot tubes, could be airspeed, whatever. I have no idea. All right, I am not an air constructor, and by the way, the kit aircraft that I was building in Ukraine, it's still there. I think the number of parts for it shrank in 2 years. Anyways, if you are an unfortunate Russian tourist, soon you will have your mobile connection seized for 24 hours. As soon as you cross the border, because Russians are afraid of the drone strikes so bad. On the other hand, there's no reason to worry, because, for example, FP2 drones use artificial intelligence. They can guide themselves, they can recognize Russian targets, and in case the connection is lost, they can fly completely autonomously and find Russian targets. So they don't really need Russian SIM cards at all. Why are they doing that? Specifically considering the SIM cards, all right, is because Russians use snatched SIM cards themselves. They snatch SIM cards from Poland, from Ukraine, and then use them to control their drones hitting Ukrainian houses and kindergartens. So most probably they thought that that might be the reason, all right? Jamie Snow, don't worry, my dear friend. We were just checking the recent updates, some of the really, really cool, crazy footage, absolutely. Switching to the next one, according to... Why is this here? According to former Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Rasmussen, Ukraine will face eternal war and slow loss of its territory if Europe won't start pressuring Russia really, really fast. And this is something absolutely obvious. Again, this is something that most of the parties and most of the countries and citizens should understand, instead of supporting right-wing imbeciles who literally just want to get power, become rich, send their sons and daughters to a war and basically promote violence and hatred. All right, which is something absolutely crazy. I will freaking never vote for anyone who promotes violence and hatred towards whoever it is. Haitians eating your dogs and cats, illegal immigrants. Don't promote hatred, because that is the wrong way, all right? It leads to nowhere. It doesn't lead to democracy and freedom and all the democratic values, all right? So instead of that, they should understand that the real enemy is the terrorist Russian Federation that is today united with beautiful terrorist regimes in North Korea and Cuba and Iran, and they are the enemy. And we should at least try to help them understand this, all right? Because some of them are actually very, very naive, unfortunately. So, according to Rasmussen, European armies should be actually deployed in Ukraine before the peace deal and before the missile and drone shield is deployed on the territory of NATO to protect Ukraine from Russian attacks on the Ukrainian infrastructure. All right. Also, Mr. Rasmussen criticized the coalition of willing that turned into a coalition of waiting. All right, that is waiting very, very hard to for the Russian war to end. And also, he said the guarantees, the security guarantees will help Ukrainian president to present the peace deal to his people, to us, to Ukrainians, the deal that actually involves freezing some of the Ukrainian territories, all right? So I don't really see this happening. Again, multiple times it was stated by President Zelensky, all the representatives of Ukrainian government, that Ukraine is not gonna just give up its territory, because that's not what you do. If an intruder intrudes your house, you just don't say, whatever. Johnny, that man wearing mask, all right, the man with the ski mask, all right, the one that crawled through your window into your kid's room, all right, let him stay there, all right? We don't want to escalate. We don't want bad things to happen. We don't want more violence. The people might die and stuff. You can just take your school backpack, all right? Take your computer. You can move to my room, all right? Let that man live there, okay? Let him stay there. Let's freeze your room. Oh, you cannot take your computer because he took it. Well, what can I say? Just let him have it. All right, let's not escalate. Let's not provoke, because he looks bad. He looks scary. Just give him your room. Whatever. We have so much territory. Get out of here, Johnny. It will be fine. Everything will be cool. All right. By taking your room, of course, he will get satisfied. He will live peacefully. We can drink tea together. All right. You before going to school, you can just take your sandwich and share with that man who occupied your room, whatever his name is. Like, we can live as a happy family in this tiny house called Earth. All right. So we will talk a bit more about that one. Right. There are still people with this mentality, unfortunately, over there, and unfortunately they have very, very big following, all right, around the world. But we will talk about them. Switching to your favorite segment of the Russian cringe, all right? Actually, this one is the case of Russian disinformation. I freaking love it. Adam Grown, I can give him a blanket too. Absolutely. Conditioner, you don't have to give him a conditioner. He will take it himself, all right? Oh my god. I need a puff. So the next one is the beautiful case of Russian disinformation that unfortunately a lot of people will believe, all right, because they don't check facts, they don't do anything like that, but that's natural, all right? That is why we are here. Betty, Jim, give up your nuclear, we will protect you. Absolutely. Russia said that, by the way. Give up your nuclear. We will protect you. Nothing bad will happen. We will attack anyone who threatens you, Ukraine. Okay? Be sure, be safe, be happy. So, speaking about this beautiful case of Russian misinformation, Russian media, as they always do, all right, before this crap gets transferred, gets planted, all right, into Western media, usually it emerges in the Russian media, and it looks like that. Russian media, for example, Itartas or Russia Today, says Reuters and The Guardian published their investigation that turns out that President Zelensky was seen with his family going to Louis Vuitton store in the New York downtown, and they bought everything. They bought the store itself. All right? And it gets reposted from the Russian media in the Western media with the reference to The Guardian and Reuters. But when you go to the website of The Guardian and Reuters, you just can't find those news at all. They don't exist there. And if you do, of course, you start asking questions like, what the hell? And if you ask someone from Reuters, for example, they will say, "Nine, we didn't post that bullshit because it didn't happen, all right? We don't have that." Whatever Russia Today or Moskovsky Komsomolets is posting on their websites, we don't give a slightest damn about it. They're not us, all right? We're not related, seriously. But majority of people don't do that, unfortunately. And this is how this beautiful Russian fake emerged, that Zelensky actually bought such a huge rancho in the United States that he actually entered top 10 biggest rancho owners in the world. All right. So according to this Russian fake, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky went to the United States, to Wyoming, and bought a rancho that is 4 times the size of New York, according to the Russian media. So in reality, the rancho that is mentioned by the Russian propagandists is still for sale, all right? The biggest Wyoming newspaper, Cowboy State Daily, says that a family American company that does, all sorts of growing cattle and stuff want to buy that ranch. But President Zelensky has absolutely enormous amount of free time, right, that he can spend on anything. He can buy king's palaces in United Kingdom, all right? Dear royal family, I am very sorry. Dear royal family, I am very sorry. Get out of here. We will live here from now on, all right? Goodbye. And royal family is like, they walk out like, what the hell? Like, I didn't even finish my tea. Invaders, occupiers, what are you doing, President Zelensky? Let me at least finish my, oat porridge. Then Volodymyr Zelensky, sitting in the royal castle, all right, in the United Kingdom, drinking tea, he goes like, what else should I do? I think I should buy Hitler's car, because why not? And then the Kremlin's media say President Zelensky bought Adolf Hitler's car because Jewish President Volodymyr Zelensky is such a Nazi that he admires everything Nazi. Yeah, his grandpa actually fought in the war. Yeah, he goes and buys Hitler's car, and all the Russian media show it on their websites, and all the imbecile media repost it easily from the Russian media, because this is how the disinformation is spreading around the internet. What else? Imagine President Zelensky parking his Hitler's car in front of the, Buckingham Palace, all right? He's like, that's like not crazy enough. What should I do next? I think I should buy 2 yachts, all right? There's no way to park them here in the Buckingham Palace, but whatever. And he just goes and buys 2 yachts, all right, located on the other side of globe, because he has just so much free time, and he can basically, travel whatever, all right? War in Ukraine against second largest army in the world, it can wait. I need to buy Hitler's car and 2 yachts. And then he goes to the United States, all right, hugs President Trump, they drink beer, and Trump says, dude, do you want the biggest ranch in the world? He's like, yeah, why not? I have so much money, I can buy literally anything. And he buys the biggest ranch in the world. And unfortunately, there is, I would say, several million people out there in the world who would say, fuck, that's legit. I just broke my promise not to swear. I think I will have to read the Persian poem. My lady will be so happy. All right. I admit, I failed dramatically, but what it means that I can fucking curse today like crazy. All right, Jesus Christ, thank you so much. It feels so good. Oh my God. So, President Zelensky, I understand why Elon Musk is such a hater of President Zelensky. It's literally because Elon Musk's money, like all his wealth is nothing compared to what President Zelensky has and does, all right? Like buying Hitler's car. He bought the Hitler's car before Elon Musk. Apparently Elon Musk wanted that for himself. And Goldfingers, it's not money in the swear box. It's something much more complicated, all right? Something much more complicated. Whew. I'm not blaming people for believing this. I partially do. I partially blame them, all right, for not studying in school properly. Martin, bro, I didn't see that coming myself, all right? I agree. I blame them for not studying in school properly, all right? Because you have to. I feel really, really bad and ashamed for not studying properly myself, all right? That is the reason why, for example, I'm trying to make up for that watching all sorts of science channels and stuff. But when you trust this crap only because you want to believe, all right? I can't really blame it because that's people's nature. People like to trust and believe in aliens and spirits and everything else. That's normal thing, all right? That's not something I share, all right? Or approve, but that's normal and natural thing for people. That is why, for example, you can check out, like those, the most disturbing encounters with ghosts and aliens in the forest. 1,500 million views. Jesus Christ. Okay. Jamie Snow, I blame my dad. He swears like fuck. I will keep swearing less though, alright? Because I realized that actually not cursing throughout the day makes me feel better. A bit. Adam Gronak, you speak like 5 languages. I am learning the 5th language. I don't speak it well, unfortunately. It tut mir leid, but I'm still learning, still not good at that. Okay, oh my god, like the whole chat is like obliterated by the wave of full language. It's just so beautiful. I would never do that if I was wearing uniform. Maybe that's a superpower of being a civilian though. Like, alright, behind the cameras, somewhere in the hangar where your BTR or tank is stationed and your driver is like trying to unscrew the freaking screw and cannot do that, and also it's like -5 outside and everything is great, depressive and cold and wants to kill you. Yeah, like we curse all the time. This is basically the way we talk in the army, all right? But again, not on that extent, all right? Like Russians, for example. And if I was wearing uniform somewhere among people, I would never do that, of course. But yeah, probably that's the power of being a civilian. Like, you can just, you are free to speak what you really feel and think. That's a beautiful thing, my friends. That's a beautiful thing. Guys, civilians rule this world. As a Ukrainian, as a former military, as a former cop, I can confirm this: civilians rule the world, all right? We had this in the army when I served, we had this very clear segregation. This is for military, this is for people, all right, for humans. And we didn't care much, all right. Military truckers and longsword. Yeah. Craig, time for my favorite fucking breakfast TV show. Oh my god, fucking breakfast. I love this one. I will try to put it in the title somehow. Let's see if it works. Fucking breakfast. Jesus Christ. All right, let me open the Red Bull because I need more chemicals in my body. It's when caffeine is not enough. Because the next update is actually very, very sad, my friends. The Russian cringe, the beautiful Russian misinformation, like it's so ridiculous, so it becomes funny actually, because when you're looking at Russian disinformation attempts, all right, like Bucha was a setup, a Hollywood, all right, or like things like Ukrainian Nazi, things like that. Ukrainians were killing Russians for speaking Russian. On some level, that sounds outrageous, I admit. But things like that, freaking Zelensky buying like ranches, yachts, Hitler's cars, royal palaces. What else? What's next? I don't know. Maybe next he will buy like half of moon or like half of International Space Station. I don't know. Neil Armstrong's spacesuit and put it in his like hallway of the Buckingham Palace. I have no idea. Yeah, so that becomes from outrageous, that turns into ridiculous and funny. But at the same time, the next update is unfortunately not as funny. That's rather sad, and you will understand why in just a while. Oh my god. It feels so bad. On your screens, you can see a bunch of Russian press coolers. All right. So those are visiting the Russian so-called Museum of Russian Heroes. Okay, so the kid on the left, for example, is holding the outrageously bad Russian MRE. And believe me, we tried together with Mercado in Kyiv, we tried to, and Alex, we try to unpack this stuff, that stuff. You cannot keep it when kids are around, all right? Because this is a biohazard right there. And of course, they are trying on the elements of the military uniforms that Russia is expecting them to wear when they grow up, all right? Here it is saying the heroes of our time, and there in the background, there's photos of Russian heroes, like, for example, like that one, the cop maniac, all right? Like this one could be, for example, I don't know, a rapist. This one could be a cannibal. Both could be convicted, all right, sentenced, and then they are now worshipped by those Russian kids as heroes of Russia, because that is the foundation of Russia, all right? The bullshit, the fucking crap they are telling the people, and not only their own people, but also the people around the world who later say that, yeah, Russians are doing such a great thing, all right? Ukrainian president is buying palaces. At the same time, my friends, check this out. Putin's palace in Krasnodar Krai on the coast of the Black Sea, all right? Everyone knows about this one. Everyone. Like, you don't need to make it up. It's there. Okay? It's there. You can Google it. Photos are everywhere. And not just this one. There's a bunch of investigations. Let me see. The Russian palaces, villas, and yachts. This one comes from The Guardian. The Russian palaces and yachts, the one in the Black Sea, and the vineyards and stuff like that. The view of the vineyards that Putin loves so much. Igora ski resort and racetrack, like everything is there. You don't need to make it up, all right? But why would people generally care what Putin has, all right? What sort of palaces he has? Nobody gives a damn. So why are we looking at those young future Russian invaders, all right? Because the sad fact is Russia will make them sign contracts and send them into the meat assault. And that's the sad truth, unfortunately. Those kids, several years from now, they will grow up, and I don't know, in like a decade or something, they will be signing contracts with the Russian Ministry of Stolen Toilets, if Russia survives, and they will be sent into a meat grinder, and people will be watching them, I don't know, getting obliterated by drones and saying, those are Russian heroes. Those are Russian heroes, even though they made them the Russian heroes themselves, all right, generally. All sorts of Russian civilians watching those kids grow and sign contracts and getting indoctrinated by Russian regime and saying absolutely nothing to that, all right? They are as guilty as Putin himself, 100%. So, in the Russian kindergartens, a new propagandist format of museum of the so-called special military operation is being implemented. This network of museums, the museums of Russian invasion of Ukraine, glorifying Russian atrocities, glorifying Russian invasionist war against Ukraine, will be established in every Russian kindergarten. This was approved by the Pan-Russian Forum of Preschool Education that was conducted in Russia with the support of the Ministry of Education of the Terrorist Federation. So, previously, Kremlin implemented the obligatory so-called talks about necessary things, all right? Those were weekly propagandist lessons for the Russian kids, all right? Those were weekly propagandist lessons for those, all right? Where the Russian teachers that are their whole mission, their whole life mission is to teach the kids the proper values, all right? Don't lie, don't steal, don't kill, don't commit shit, all right, in your life. Be a proper kid, respect your parents, respect other people, don't become an alcoholic, find a good job, have a good education, all those things, all right? That's your life mission as a teacher, especially for the preschoolers. So instead of all that, they were weekly talking to the Russian kids about the necessity of signing contract with the Russian military and defending the Russian motherland in a foreign country, all right? Going to a distant land with the greatest military power on earth, right? That is so much scared by, that spooks the living hell out of Americans, Europeans, all right? And basically, necessity of becoming a Russian invader, because Russian motherland, so great, you have to live for it, you have sacrificed your life for it, dear Russian kids. These are the talks about the necessary things. So they had those weekly talks, all right, those weekly indoctrinations on of the Russian kids in the Russian kindergartens, but looking at how much human material, Russian human material, is being lost on the front line. The cannibals in the Kremlin, chiefed by the biggest cannibal, Putin, otherwise known as Huilo, decided that that's not enough. They need to indoctrinate the kids more, starting from the kindergarten. They need to organize museums. They need to bring kids there, to show them bloody maniacs, all right? To show them bloody maniacs. Like this one, all right? The one who was raping and murdering prostitutes. Russian hero. And teach them that they should be like them, all right? So that is Russia, so much admired by Tucker Carlson. Beautiful subways, cheap French grocery stores, child indoctrination, all right, in the kindergartens. He called United States to take Russia as an example. Tucker Carlson himself called Americans to take Russia as an example. Good example, right? Absolutely amazing example. Worship criminals and maniacs. Raise your kids as future cannon fodder. That's the Russian way, Russian approach, just so you know, all right? So what's the logical path for those youngsters? They grow up just a bit, they join the Putlerjugend, all right, the so-called Russian youth. They wear brown uniforms, red berets, they start marching, they are being indoctrinated and taught how to operate smaller arms, and then just a few years after that, they just signed the contracts with the Russian Ministry of Stolen Toilets and War, and became new meat waves, all right, new material for the Russian meat waves in a foreign country like Ukraine. So there's a lot of propagandists out there on the YouTube channel. Native American speakers, all right, not Native Americans, but American native speakers, English speakers, going somewhere to Siberia, showing you around. Look at how clean these staircases are, all right, they have such tasty shawarma, whatever. There are Russians, of course, those beautiful glamorous Russian girls. You look at her and you go, fuck, like I want a wife like her. She looks so good, you know. She has white skin, blue eyes, all right, she's not gay or anything, like she's Orthodox Russian Christian, yeah, like, and she's so beautiful, and she goes like, hello my friends, today I will show you around my beautiful Ust-Pizdyuysk. It's so good here, especially in winter. And she shows you like the Christmas tree and everything else. What she doesn't show is she won't bring you to a kindergarten. She won't show you the process of turning kids into a future cannon fodder for the Russian war machine. That's something you will never see, all right? I guarantee. And that's very, very sick. So, just as a small rehabilitation from that, all right? Let's talk about something else. So the University of Indiana, and specifically the scientists, the researchers in the University of Indiana, actually confirmed that people who work out can feel orgasm during the physical exercises while working out their abs in the sauna or power training. That's interesting. That's something absolutely unexpected, all right? So this effect is called coregasm. and every 10th is experiencing this, all right? Every 10th athlete, person working out is experiencing that stuff. Yeah, Steve says she's about to sneeze. Absolutely. Like, achoo! Oh, that was good. That's interesting. That's something unexpected. Again, every 10th person is experiencing this. I believe that I'm somewhere deeply, among those 9. 100%. Ellie says, be right back. Need to go work out. Run, Ellie. Run and tell us what do you think about that. So if you consider work it out, or at least work out your abs, all right, your abdominal area, please do that, right? Because not only it brings you a good shape and stuff and good health, but also joy and pleasure. I literally, I feel like just grabbing my dumbbells straight away and having a workout. Guys, I could show you that, but on the other hand, it was your decision for me to read the Persian poem instead of doing 50 push-ups in case I curse on the stream, all right? And it says, oh, right, let's switch to the chat. I hate when people act like exercise making sex better is some new concept. Absolutely. The researchers are like, we have a groundbreaking discovery. Working out makes you healthy. And you go, seriously? I never thought that this can be possible. I should really try. All right, but maybe that's the whole reason, right? Because people don't think much about working out. They don't hear much about it on the daily basis, and maybe this works as an attempt to bring more people into sports. All right. Did you promise what language you wouldn't curse in? That's okay. I can see the chance to avoid the punishment emerging right there, but unfortunately I will not use it because generally I have my streams in English. So all right, let's act fair. All right, I will have to ask my lady what sort of poem I should read. She named some kind of poet. So I will do that for you, all right, without any help, without any notes or anything like that. I never came in the chat. Oh my God. I love your work, buddy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you for your service as well. Sex is the first step of bringing more people into sports. That was so obvious. Seriously, that was just right there. Use sex to bring people into sports. Why not? Not only sex, food, like all the pyramid of Maslow is there, all right, if you want to bring people into sports, like food, okay, because if you have a power workout, we're talking, for example, lifting weights, okay, as soon as this stuff is finished, as soon as the session is finished, you have a tiny window during which you can actually consume whatever you like. You can consume cakes, candies, whole chicken, everything, and everything will be processed in your body. So basically, workout can be used as an excuse to eat whatever you like. I don't need that excuse myself, all right, because that's literally my diet, but that approach can be used as well. The sex approach, what else? I don't know. I always take a cucumber for a leg day. Leg day is important. Hated but important. Why I wanted to talk about people who believe all sorts of things and literally don't process them. That's because recently I encountered a very, very interesting case of a person being a cock. And I'm not talking about Putin. He's known for being a cock, and basically he will go down in history as huilo, all right? I think this word is recognized all around the world. But I saw another case, okay? And let me show this to you. Because today we will mention some of my formerly favorite comics, all right, stand-up comedians, Louis C.K. I enjoyed his stand-up so much. He was a funny guy until the war in Ukraine started. And after the war in Ukraine started, I'm talking about the full-scale war, all right, the full-scale invasion. I decided to check out what other people were actually saying about Ukraine. Words of support not for Ukraine. And to my surprise, this dude was a disappointment, because check out what he says, all right?
And, you know, like I saw Joe Biden say, American arms are flowing into the Ukraine as I speak.
American arms are flowing into the Ukraine. So, Louis C.K. unfortunately didn't spend enough time in school, based on what I hear here, because Louis C.K. probably doesn't know that you don't put the in front of Ukraine. I think Louis C.K. must go to school, meet his teacher, and I think that Louis C.K. should fucking apologize, all right? Because it's not the Ukraine. But Mr. Louis C.K. doesn't know that.
I saw him say that proudly, and I was
flowing.
Flowing as I speak. He said that in Belgium when I was in Europe. And you know, if there's a shooting war and you flow arms into it, more people get killed.
That's
more people will get killed. Biden, I criticize Biden only for one thing, for not sending enough, all right? I think a lot of people around the world criticize him only for that. But what can I say? Weapons are flowing to Ukraine. How can you say that, Mr. Biden? How can you send the weapons to people who protect themselves? People will die. Beautiful Russian people who decided to go to Ukraine, to Bucha, to rape civilians, to plant them in the mass graves, they will die. How can you do that? How can you even allow that to happen? How can you allow Ukrainians to defend themselves from beautiful Russian people? The Russian people will die.
That's right.
More people die.
Yeah.
So, and I know that the young progressive kids that have like the little Ukrainian flag on their ID are very comfortable with dead Russian soldiers.
What's wrong with dead Russian soldiers? I have no idea. Like, I believe that, for example, if Louis C.K., all right, if one day he finds himself being raped by a big angry criminal wearing a ski mask, and if, for example, he calls police, right, and police arrives and uses their firearms to neutralize this suspect, all right, he will also have absolutely nothing wrong with, like, dead criminals, okay? But Louis C.K. I feel cringy for using that article all the time. But Louis C.K. apparently doesn't really understand what is literally going on in Ukraine. What is happening there, all right? Ukrainians are killing Russian people in Ukraine. That's like his fucking mentality. What are those Russian people? What are they doing in Ukraine? That's the question. What are they doing in Ukraine with their tanks, with their weapons, with their missile launchers, with their drones? I have fucking no idea, but I speak because I am so confident and so qualified to talk about what is happening on the other side of planet. My God, what a fucktard, Jesus Christ. And the dude was like some of my favorite comedians. Oh my God.
Right.
With like charred face.
Yeah. They don't
with
care.
Bloated body.
Yeah.
Like stuck, like coming out of a tank.
Right.
They're like, you know,
It's right.
go us, whatever.
Yes, absolutely. Because, motherfucker, when somebody invades your own city on this tank, that's exactly how you want this fucker to look like. You want him to be fucking hanging out of the hatch, okay? And slowly turning into a fertilizer for your cherries, all right? For your orchard. That's exactly what you want. Because unfortunately, people like Louis C.K., they never experienced war, all right? And he doesn't understand the mentality of people who really did. And that's the problem, because the dude is followed by a lot of people, and he thinks that lack of experience on topic, on subject, gives him credibility to talk about it, all right? And he can't understand, how can you kill the poor invaders? How can you send weapons to people who defend themselves? Why? But there's another shit, guys. Like, you open fucking internet. Turns out that the fuck is a sexual abuser. How? Like, I didn't see that coming, seriously. I decided to check more information about my formerly favorite comedian, all right? It turns out that he's actually a fucking sexual abuser, because at some point he committed sexual misconduct against 5 women, and basically he was also touching himself in front of them. How unexpected was that? Seriously, it's my dear friends, it's as if you need to have problems, all right? Like, you need to have some kind of something absolutely fucked up, all right, in your biography if you support Russians, all right? You're not allowed to support Russians if you are a sane person. You're not supposed to support Russians, all right? It's forbidden for you to support Russians if you didn't do some kind of crazy shit, all right? If you didn't rape somebody, if you didn't trade drugs or whatever. I just don't know. 5 women, totally insane. He admitted that, yeah, it's true, that he literally, touched himself a bit in front of them. What the fuck? So that's about people who support Russian terrorism. That's about people who support it involuntarily, literally because they're imbeciles, all right? And generally about the state of supporters of Russian invasion, people who hate Ukraine or that for all those reasons, because generally you have to have some crazy shit in your closet, all right? In order to do that. This is how it works. That is crazy. A true comedian, 100%. 100%. Like, this stuff, it was only partially funny, all right. Like factically, it's sad. Factically, it's sad, and the saddest thing is that in the beginning he was cancelled by different agencies, by HBO, I believe, but eventually he returned on the screens and he keeps talking about it. By the way, his visit to Ukraine was actually planned. He planned to go to Ukraine in 2022. In like winter, spring, but because of the Russian invasion, he just decided to cancel that. Maybe that's the reason why he hates Ukraine so much, all right? Why he can't understand how possible that Ukrainians are celebrating when the Russian invaders die. Of course you celebrate, motherfucker, because if invaders die, it means that you keep living, all right? And your family also keeps living. This is how the war fucking works. Welcome to the real life, Mr. Louis C.K. He was cancelled hard during time with the US mega begin to oppose cancel culture. Yeah, and that is something very, very disturbing, you know, because when you look at the MAGA and when you look at their representatives, members of parliament, officials from MAGA, you can actually see a lot of cases of them being involved into shady shit, all right? I think it looks like a requirement to become one. I don't know. I pressed the like button and made it turn 295. Thank you so much. My software, by the way, showing 288, but I don't. No, it's actually showing 301. Oh my god. Love Earthlings, good morning, my friends. Have you watched Black Ferns women's rugby team? I didn't. But I think we can do that. Black Ferns? Like those guys? I gotta check it out. Not the big fan of rugby, but I will check it out. Oh, they do the haka. Oh my god, this is so cool. I will check it out, all right, after the stream. I promise. Haka is so powerful. There is a metal band called Homo Iratus, and they made a metal song to haka. I played this song everywhere when I was training, when I was going to the boxing gym, everywhere, when like I was jogging, when I was working out. It's just so powerful, all right? You gotta find this one. It's called, the band is Homo Iratus, and the song is called Kamate. So, Greg, watch it with beer. I will try. Waza! Oh my god. Some things are absolutely eternal, all right? Putin enjoys a strawberry smoothie while soaking in his new hot tub in the Russian. Are wondering if he's happy. Yeah, and guys, how many Russians actually care about Putin's palaces, about Putin's property that not a single human being on earth could earn, actually, all right, using their salary? So, do Russians care about that? I think they just don't. They just don't give a damn. He's their Tsar, all right? He has right to have all that. Louis C.K. thinks himself a leftist, but takes Qatari and Saudi money and wants Ukraine to lose a war against fascist terror Russia. Yeah. That is crazy, my friends. And he's not the only one. Like, you can see a lot of credible, all right, credible spokesman like that one actually talking about this. That's insane. I wonder what Ricky Gervais says about what does Ricky Gervais say about Ukraine, for example? Ricky Gervais, Ukraine. I wonder. But I don't know. Any news? No news. Oh, this one is interesting. So, Ricky's long-term partner Jane Fallon puts up her designer red carpet dresses up for auction with proceeds to provide aid in Ukraine. And I believe that if she does it, then he also supports Ukraine. I believe. And Ricky Gervais is British. Like, how cool is that? He's so cool. Ricky is a legend, all right? Ricky is a legend. All right, I'm satisfied. I really am. The stand-up where he talks about going commando or AIDS, that tore me apart. Hello, Smith. Much love to the beautiful Australia. I call them Russian hopefuls. They are hoping for Russian money. Yeah. I call them degenerates. Did you check out Dylan Burns' new documentary about Pokrovsk? Not yet, my friend. I will. I will do that. He documented it for last year. It's incredible. Yes, I will definitely check it out. Rika's bit about the Bible is still so great. I will check it out as well. Yeah. Rika's ringtone on my phone for a few years. There is a matter that requires your attention. Yeah. There was a show with Ricky where he plays a dude who lost his wife, and he's like, this cynical, sarcastic asshole. I kind of started watching it, all right, and then I kind of stopped because it wasn't funny enough. Maybe I didn't understand it much, but anyways. All right, so what else do we have? Do we have anything interesting, by the way, in the updates? I wanted to check something in my favorite group. That's very cool, by the way. You gotta really love it. Okay, so speaking about facts, all right. Let's talk about facts. So here we have a bunch of people, all right. The people you see on this photo, Alina Kabaeva, of course, Alina Kabaeva, Maria Vorontsova, Katerina Tikhonova. So those people, they are all Putin's relatives. And what he did, he actually assigned them to different positions, including his freaking wife. He assigned them to different states' positions, all right? We have Alina Kabaeva, the wife, the civil wife. We have Maria Vorontsova, his daughter. Kabaeva is a director. She is head of council of NMG. Maria Vorontsova, daughter, member of Scientific Collegium of Moscow State University. Katerina Tikhonova, daughter, chief of the foundation Inna Praktika. Svetlana Krivonogi, his lover. She is a co-owner of the bank called Russia. Lyudmila Очередная, his former wife, right? She receives hundreds of millions of rubles from banks around Moscow, and yada yada. And Anna Civilova, the deputy minister of the war and stolen toilet. That's the very person who actually stated that earlier this year, I believe, as of beginning of this year, she stated that Russians have approximately 50,000 people missing in action, and many other people. This is something that they should talk about, and this is something that should be important, but it's just not, all right? 24 Putin's relatives right there. This one is kind of cringy. Again, the citizens of Rostov are massively nagging about the stinking smoke coming from the crematorium working basically 24/7. Who is being burnt in the industrial scales in this crematorium? Very good question. How do you think? Who is being burnt in that crematorium? I don't know. Maybe firewood, maybe bugs. I have no idea. Maybe hamburgers, all right, or Coca-Cola, because it's like American influence. Maybe those are being burnt in the crematorium. No, maybe something else. How do you think? Crematorium working 24/7, which again I can completely understand why they are doing this. Why not that many bodies are returning to Russia is because remember we saw that interview of a former Russian recon dude from the Española Brigade, who says that we're literally collecting the IDs from the Russian bodies, and then we just bring them to the commander, and commander, I don't know, uses them to start the fire in his stove or something like that. I believe that. I absolutely believe that. And actually, remember Silicon Carton, Jonathan Fink did an interview with Nevzorov, with the Russian movie director. Nevzorov is a big critic of Putin nowadays. He's he's saying a lot of very interesting things about him, but at the same time, Steve saying thank you so much for the membership. But at the same time, he was openly recognized Russian nationalist probably, and he was the one who actually created the movie called The Battery. The Purgatory, I think. So in the Purgatory, there is an interesting scene where there is a field of Russian bodies, all right, a field of Russian soldiers on the street, like a full square full of Russian bodies in Chechnya, in Grozny, and the Chechen fighters are shooting all sorts of body parts attached to the RPGs. They're shooting them at Russian soldiers. So they're literally, the dude just bends, takes a head, for example, attaches it to the RPG shot and shoots it at Russians, and Russians see like there's heads and stuff like that around, and they go like, oh my god, I have never seen a head in my entire life, those poor naive Russian boys who never do crimes and never commit atrocities. So, and because they do all that, the Russian commander is calling a tank, that's a movie, all right? The Russian commander is calling a tank and orders the tank to literally bury those bodies. So the tank starts just riding over those bodies, grinding them, turning around, turning all that meat into ground meat and burying those Russian bodies. And of course, it's kind of yucky to watch, but I watched it when I was 7. It was yucky, but what's the purpose of the movie in the Russian culture? The purpose of the movie is to raise generations that will be reenacting that shit, all right? In the real life. Raising generations of people who will be doing that, who will be committing crimes, who will be disposing of their own bodies, all right, for whatever reason. And basically, yeah, and they are raised, being taught that the whole world hates them. Because in this movie, guys, as always, there's Russian Spetsnaz, all right? Big fuckers, usually Russian bodybuilders, big fuckers running around with big guns like RPK, for example, doing all sorts of Russian Spetsnaz magic. And the enemies. Who are the enemies? The enemy is Nagiev. Nagiev actually played a very, very good role in this one. He played a Chechen commander. I enjoyed watching this dude. I'm like, oh my god, if all the Chechen commanders were like him, I would just, I don't know, put statues for them everywhere in Kiev. So Nagiev, the commander of the Chechen unit that is fighting Russians on the territory of a hospital where he worked, when he was a doctor. And in this movie, the Russians are explaining as if it was something bad, all right? He worked there as a doctor, now he's a soldier, he's fighting against Russian invaders, and he's a bad guy, all right, in this movie. So, who else? There's a bunch of sportsmen, female sportsmen coming from Baltic countries, all right? Biathlonists, several females that are lesbians for some reason, as far as I can tell. They're lesbians in this movie because gay rope and everything else, all right? Gay is bad. LGBTQ bads, all right, look at them, they're lesbians, they deserve to die in this movie. So those are like snipers coming from Baltic states to kill Russian soldiers, all right, who invade beautiful Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. So these biathlonist girls are bad as well. And who else do we have? We have, I shit you not, we have black mercenaries from United States, like black guys with dreads, all right, with African haircuts. And like they are portrayed there as, you know, the face of evil America. Black mercenaries who come to those like bad countries like Chechnya to fight against good Russian guys invading bad countries like Chechnya. Because America hates Russia so much and does everything, every single step bad. America does something very, very bad to beautiful and peaceful democratic Russia, you know, because just they hate them so much. Katya, I shit you not, like they are there, they are in the movie. So black mercenaries from the United States, who else? Ukrainian mercenaries, and this shit was actually right, because Ukraine was, I'm not sure, I don't have information about the sportsmen from the Baltic countries, but I have information about actual Ukrainians who actually went to Chechnya and helped Chechen President Dudayev fight against Russian invaders because Ukrainians had balls. All right. So Ukraine, for real, had volunteers who actually came to Chechnya and fought against Russians there, because in early 90s we understood that if we keep Russia bleeding in Chechnya, it delays the moment of Russia attacking Ukraine in the future. All right. And generally speaking, fighting against Russian invaders is a noble and justified thing. Always. All right. So Ukrainians actually went to Chechnya. They actually fought against Russian invaders, but only because of that, they are portrayed in this movie, but they're not portrayed as actually doing something worth watching. All right. They're just there. You can see them wearing like Ukrainian flags and everything else. That's it. So that was the movie made by Nevzorov. I watched it several times. It's like grungy and grimy and cringy at the same time. There's like a bunch of those Russian Spetsnaz bodybuilders that do all sorts of magic. Yeah, and of course, guys, the ending of this movie is probably the cringiest ending I have ever seen. Like in the top 10 of the cringiest endings, that one is just so good. So, do you recognize anyone in my profile picture? I cannot see your profile picture much. It's just so tiny on the screen. I'm sorry. Give me a hint. Give me several hints, all right? I understand that murder, but the ending of the movie, all right, is when the tankers are being captured by those Chechens. And before it happens, that's actually very, very cool. Let me see. Okay, I'm too lazy to search for it. I will just explain it to you using my natural born actor's skills. All right. So the tank is stuck on the street. The commander goes down to the tank and to talk to the commander of the tank. All right, and he sits there smoking his cigar. Very important fact. The reason why all those mercenaries support Chechnya so much is because Chechnya is literally like tiny Qatar, all right? Chechnya is so rich, so they literally pay like all sorts of people. Maybe Americans are involved. of course. Maybe like they were, according to Nevzorov, maybe they were investing, all right, in the war so much, and that was like enough to hire all those mercenaries. I have no idea, but generally Russia portrays, Nevzorov portrays that all the people fighting for Chechens, they are, of course, besides being bad guys, they are all paid, all right? So it's not like they ideologically support the freedom-loving Chechens of the Ichkeria Republic. It's just because they're paid, of course, because Chechnya is like extremely rich, the biggest and richest country in the world, the size of, don't know, smaller than Kiev Oblast, but still very beautiful. And the commander of the Chechen unit goes to the tank, right, on top of the tank, and sits there and negotiates with the commander. And he says, give us the tank, go home, everything will be fine. All right. Otherwise, we will just turn you into a fertilizer. And the commander of the Russian tank, this Russian Vanka, such an innocent Russian boyish face, he just sits there, the sun is shining, and he's like, no, we're not gonna do that. And the commander of the Chechen unit is taking a bunch of like tiny paper cards, all right? And he says, hello Ben, good to see you, greetings and much love to the beautiful UK. So he takes a lot of paper cards and says, look, this is the mail that was delivered to your headquarters, all right? To your like battalion staff that we took over. Check this out. And he shows all those paper cards, and they all say Gruz 200, cargo 200. That's basically when they load Russian bodies in those wooden coffins in the airplane. They stick this on top of each to signalize that there's a corpse inside of this box. And he's like, look at this, and there's like probably like hundreds or thousands of them. He's like, that's what your command is sending you, all right? He just gives it to the tank commander, and he says, the choice is yours. And the commander goes down into his tank, and his driver goes like, so what you decide? Do we give up? He's like, no, we're not give up. We're not gonna give up. We're gonna just shoot them and basically sacrifice ourselves. So the driver in the tank, he's not very happy with that. So the tank starts aiming at the Chechens, starts shooting, and the Chechen commander is like mad. He's like, why did you do that? Screaming to that commander. And of course, they strike the tank several times with the RPGs, basically rendering it useless. They go downstairs, they drag the body of the tank commander outside, and he's missing limbs and stuff. And what they do is they crucify him. Outside of the hospital window, they crucify him. And in Ukraine, we have this meme called a boy crucified wearing only panties, all right? So some of you probably know the story behind this meme is when Russians invaded Donbass for the first time, 2014, 2015. There was this Russian actress who was seen doing like live reporting, but here she's like a citizen of Donbass, here she's like a citizen of Rostov, here she's a cashier, like whatever. So she gave a lot of commentaries, and one of the commentaries was regarding the little boy who spoke Russian, that's why Ukrainian Nazi crucified him on the square in Kramatorsk in front of 5,000 people who like immediately, all of them had batteries in their phones just discharged immediately as soon as it happened, so they couldn't make a photo of that. But there were 5,000 people, all the Kramatorsk saw that when Kramatorsk was still occupied by Russians. And they took this baby wearing only panties and crucified him mercilessly in front of the crowd of 5,000 people in the Kramatorsk downtown, all right, wearing only panties. So this boy crucified wearing only panties became a meme in Ukraine, all right, because you can't even fucking imagine this without starting laughing like crazy. And I couldn't understand why this image of, you know, Russian-speaking boy crucified and wearing only panties, like, why is it so familiar to me? Fuck, it's in the movie. Like the Russian commander crucified without limbs, wearing only panties, all right, crucified outside of the hospital window by evil Chechens who just didn't want to die. Who just didn't want to give up and die, and were only protecting their evil country, all right? How do they even come up with this shit? This is Russia, bro. Russia is... the definition of Russia is the chaos of shit and death. That's the only way I can describe it. That explains everything, all right? Oh my God. Boy crucified wearing only panties. Let me find this one. Разіпнутий хлопчик. Because we have so many memes. Ukrainian imagination gave birth to so many good memes on topic, all right? Like this one, for example, says, crucified boy. Oh my God. And actually, Russian prosecutor office, I shit you not, was interested to investigate this case, even though the case was delivered by this lady. So this lady, in the beginning, she posed as a citizen of Kramatorsk, all right. Then she posed when Russians shot the downtown of Donetsk, killing numerous people, you know, conducting that provocation on the trolley bus station. And when all the all-seeing investigators concluded that couldn't be done by a mortar fire from Ukraine-controlled territory, because it's too fucking far away, 12 kilometers from Ukrainian positions. Not a single mortar fires that far. However, you can do that from the Russian position easily, and they concluded that actually Russians did that. So she was given a commentary already as a cashier working in the Donetsk grocery store, all right, that just happened to be there. The same lady, all right. And then years later, she was giving the interview telling that she, like the fact that she talked about this crucified boy, of course it never happened, but it could, all right, it could have. So, oh my God, that's like another meme of a crucified boy. What else do we have here? Crucified boy. There were so many cool memes that unfortunately I cannot find here, but The hell is that? Oh my God. Stop it. Anyways, I'll show you when I can. She looks like a meth addict. She's Russian. She's basically like Russian. I think she comes from either Rostov or like Belgorod Oblast herself. Oh my God. I found a second cousin via DNA who was abandoned in a children's home at birth. Ancestry can bring skeletons out of a wardrobe. That's crazy, absolutely. But a bonus, I have a lot of old family photos that were lost. Did you meet your cousin? Like when you found out about this, did you meet? Did you talk? Because that's insane. What was Chechnya like before the Kadyrovs? So Chechnya was like any other Caucasian country. The Chechen Republic of Ichkeria decided to, it was autonomous. It decided to proclaim independence because, like, let's be honest, all the sane people and sober people, right? They run away from Russia. They don't want to be part of that shit. And they were just like developing country, like Ukraine, basically. They wanted democracy. They had a president. They elected their president, Dudayev, who was very well-educated person. He was a pilot, I believe, in the past. And like basically the pilots are nice people. They're clever people, right? And what Russia did, Russia started hybrid war. They used several people, including native Russians, that posed as local, rebels protesting against Dudayev, and they went and attempted to make a coup in Chechnya. So they failed. They were dragged out of the tanks. They were interrogated. They were presented on cameras. Some of those were literally like Russian nationals. So the attempt of committing this coup in Chechnya failed. So what the Russians did then, they attacked Chechnya on the New Year. And this attack was probably the biggest failure, because when Russian army entered Chechnya, it was just like in Ukraine, all right, during the first days of the full scale. They encountered fucking insane losses because their tanks were burned completely. Again, because they considered that Chechens will be welcoming there with their arms widely spread and give them like flowers and stuff, because they hate their government so much, which was a failure, of course. And they were dying in such big numbers during the attack of Grozny, when numerous of their tanks were just burnt on the streets. The kids would just take Molotov cocktails, just like in Ukraine, basically. Set them on fire, just drop them from the houses on Russian tanks. Fuck, that was insane. We were watching those chronicles back in those days. We were watching that. We couldn't believe our eyes. And then Russians did what Russians usually do. They literally started the so-called carpet bombing of Chechnya. They started razing the cities with the ground. They literally erased Grozny. It was not good for living there at all. And of course they committed plenty of war crimes. Again, everything is in Google, all the photos, mass graves, everything. Russians never change, my friends. Russians never change. That's exactly what they will do if they invade any other country. They will loot, rape, bomb and act like, I cannot call them animals because that will be insulting animals, of course, but they will act like Russians, all right, like cancer, like they always do, like the worst terrorist shit you can imagine, which they are. So Chechnya was bombed big time. The regular army of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria decided to switch to the partisan warfare, to the guerrilla warfare. They were helped big time by several people coming from other countries. Amir Khattab was one of them. He was crazy. So Russians poisoned him with the poisoned letter, hello Novichok, hello common Russian way of dealing with people, all right? And eventually they bought one of the Chechens, one of the Chechen leaders, literally bought him because Ramzan Kadyrov and as well as his father, Ahmad Kadyrov, they were literally purchased, all right? They were eventually like me, neither here nor there, but then they were bought, recruited by Putin, and they helped Putin to eliminate all other commanders. So eventually the Chechen fighters, freedom fighters, had to run away from Chechnya. They went to Europe. When the Russian full-scale invasion started in Ukraine, a lot of them actually went to Ukraine. They organized the battalion named after Jahar Dudayev. They fought really cool. They fought like crazy. But Ramzan Kadyrov, eventually he decided to blow up his own father at the stadium because he wanted all the money to himself. And basically that's it. Now you know the story. And Russia invested a lot in rebuilding Chechnya. So they rebuilt Grozny. It looks very good, very beautiful, all right? If you look at the pictures, it looks very beautiful because Russians had this anti-Chechen hysteria. If they see a person from the Caucasus somewhere on the street, they would call police. You would hear Chechen terrorists in the media 1 million times a day, repeated, all right? Chechen terrorists, Chechen terrorists. And that's why people got used to this. But because Chechen people are generally very, let's say, like, they don't like to be repressed generally, okay? Regardless of who they are, they don't really like to be repressed or... what's this word? Oh my god. Discriminated, that's the word. So they started like raking chaos on the Russian streets in Moscow, all right, things like that. So when you treat them bad, they treat bad you, big time. And that's why Putin decided to literally invest like gazillion of money, not into Kolyma, where people don't have heating, where people don't have fucking windows, all right, when their kindergartens and hospitals are falling apart. But instead, he decided to take money from all those Russian people and direct them at rebuilding Chechnya to calm Chechens down. And basically, that's what he did. And it worked, all right? So when in Moscow, for example, you see a guy doing some crazy shit on the street, all right? Like, I don't know, a drunk fight on the street. For example, they call the cops, the cops arrive, beat everyone up, arrest everybody, and just, that's it. Take them in the unknown direction. If there is a Chechen wedding on the street in Moscow and Chechens literally have those like long convoys of cars riding, shooting from the windows, literally shooting from the windows, the Russian cops do like this. I don't see anything, all right, because I don't want any problem. What's those sounds? I don't know, fireworks. Petya had too much beans yesterday. Probably that's the thing, all right? So that's the reality, all right? What it results into. You, like common Russian people, all right? For example, common citizens of Moscow, they see that shit, and naturally that shit is benefiting the far-right Russian movements that become extremely popular in the area, all right? Because they have inter-ethnical conflicts there. Police doesn't do anything. Police is actually given like a shady order just to ignore what the Chechens do. Actually, a lot of Chechens join the Russian OMON itself. They're known for that. And that is why far-right movements in Russia grow. All right, they have a lot of skinheads. They have a lot of like neo-Nazi skinheads like Milchakov, etc., etc. And eventually they have like the situation where these two groups or other groups, they start fighting each other. So what the Russian FSB does, FSB infiltrates the far-right movements and starts directing them in a proper way. For example, don't fight Chechens, fight Ukrainians, all right? So that's the picture. Why would anyone go to Russia if they had choice? I don't know how to answer this question. I have no idea. I would never go there if I had choice. All right. I've only been there in 2012 before the revolution and the war because my channel, my job, the channel I worked at, sent me there forcefully. They sent me there to the communications forum, which sucked. I didn't learn anything new from Russian communication experts because they suck, literally. They're so bad. And whatever solutions they presented there at the press conference 2012, like, so what? Nothing new, nothing special. The tea was freaking expensive, $20 for a teapot. Fuck that. No freaking way. Kadyrov goons abducted some men in Russia in broad daylight. Such abductions would take place numerous times in Russia. In Moscow, in Chechnya, of course, but in Moscow specifically, Kadyrovites they have carte blanche. They can do whatever the shit they want to do. They can do all sorts of crimes. The police doesn't give a damn. They just ignore them. Like, I have no idea what would happen if, for example, anything like that happened here in Germany. Like, German police is very professional. I can tell you that. They look like kittens, all right? They look innocent, but they're not. They're very good. I think they also trained the Ukrainian police after the reform, like 2015, 2016. I think it was the case. I know that Canadian and American policemen were training our guys, training our instructors. But I think Germans did too. Because after all, friends, Germany has some of the most kick-ass counter-terrorist unit, the GSG 9. They are fantastic. At least you're survived. Yeah. Luckily for me, I survived that, because in Russia you don't drink tea. That's dangerous. Shit, it was cold. It was freaking wet, cold like hell. People grumpy. I went to the Moscow subway. like, so I don't know why Tucker Carlson was so impressed with that, because you go, for example, to let me show you. All right, you go, for example, to my God, Mutro, the hell. I can never find the E letter, all right? Metro Teatralna, for example. All right. This is the Teatralna subway station in Ukraine. It's so cool because I'm not sure if it's in Teatralna or in Pecherska when that is marble, all right? It's made out of marble. And inside of those, I think it's on Pecherska. Inside of those, you can literally see the prehistorical creatures that went fossilized. All right, it's in Pecherska, I think. We have some crazy murals. That's a drawing, actually. All right, that's a drawing on the Teatralna. Whatever. Metro. Let's see. Metro. My God. Metro. Золоті ворота. Okay. This is Zoloty Vorota subway station in Ukraine. All right? It's not a church. It's actually a subway. And it's cool. Like, you have all those mosaics. It's very beautiful. It's gorgeous. Like, this is what it looks like. And it's like 2-level subway. So Arsenalna escalator is a mindfuck. Croupier, 100%. That's the deepest subway station we have, actually. Like 100 meters underground. That's between the levels, all right? You go 100 meters deep, and then another 100 meters deep, or something like that. That's Zoloty Vorota, all right? And we have those subway stations in Kyiv, plenty of them. You will not see Tucker Carlson doing any reports from Ukrainian subway stations because Ukraine doesn't bribe Tucker Carlson to go there and make a report. Just for that reason, all right? And of course, he cannot go to Ukraine anymore, all right? After saying all that bullshit about Ukraine. So that's just so you know. No, that's cool. So Ukrainian subway stations are crazy and beautiful. And again, majority of them were built in the Soviet times by Ukrainian people for Ukrainian people. So again, whatever shit the Russians are saying, that's just not legit. Would Ukraine have even allow cuckold Carlson in? I really doubt that. Like, I would really like to see him in person, all right, somewhere in the closed space without witnesses. That's for sure. Which again, I support the law, all right? I support the law. I am a law-obedient person. I'm a farmer cop in the end. I don't support violence on the streets and things like that. But one thing you should know about Russian and pro-Russian propagandists. When you see a fuck coming to Ukraine, for example, with weapons, all right, coming from Ust-Pizdyusk somewhere, in Zalupinsk. He goes to Ukraine and he starts doing crazy shit, murdering people, looting, I don't know. Because, first of all, of course, he wholeheartedly believes the shit from his propagandist media. Even if he doesn't care much. This is his nature, all right? His nature is being a motherfucker. His nature is being atrocious Russian war criminal. That's the way he was born. And unfortunately, again, that's the way he was indoctrinated in his school, by his media, by his garments. So partially the blame is on the system, on the Russian system. Partially the blame is on the Russian society itself that includes this Russian war criminal. So he comes to Ukraine, he does crazy shit, at least for a while before becoming a fertilizer. But at the same time, what's the reality for the Russian fuck? The reality is that either what the Russian media are saying about Ukraine is true, maybe it's not, like, I don't know. He doesn't know the real picture, all right? He only understands the real picture when he sees thousands of Russian corpses getting eaten by stray dogs and cats, in the field, and nobody collects them, all right? They're just let to rot. He only understands the real picture there before becoming better, all right? Russian and pro-Russian propagandists like Tucker Carlson, they understand the reality. They clearly understand that Russia is a terrorist regime. They clearly understand that Russia is a despotist regime that despises freedom of speech, that despises democratic values, that Tucker Carlson was raised with, all right, that he hates so much, but exploits as an American so much. So they clearly understand the real picture, but knowing that, they still lie. That is why Russian and pro-Russian propagandists, they are, in my personal opinion, they are worse than Russian war criminals who actually go to Ukraine with weapons in their hands. Because in the end, you can either eliminate a Russian invader or take him as a prisoner of war, exchange, return a bunch of Ukrainians, in exchange for that. The Russian and pro-Russian propagandists, they are worse. They are like the worst breed because they know the truth and they still lie because they are like the worst of the motherfuckers. Sadly, I've been to Moscow far too many times. Last time was in 2008. Went to Ukraine in the 90s. I could see the difference even in the 90s. Of course, Paul. There was all sort of difference. It was obvious. Ukraine was so much not like Russia. A bit similar, in terms of pro-Russian corrupted government, In Ukraine, back in those days before the revolution, if you wanted to be a successful politician, you should have had some kind of connection with Russian government and Russian mafia, all right? You had to kiss the Russian ass in order to be successful. It was that fucked up, all right, on the level of government and top management. On the level of people, of course, it was absolutely different. And after the revolution, everything changed. All that crappy system collapsed, all right? Ukrainians elected our very own president and government democratically. Thank God Starsky is swearing again, Bridget. I failed dramatically, which is bad, which means that I cannot control myself. It sucks. I would not pass the test to the police force again if I tried. Ukrainians actually destroyed this whole system controlled by Russian oligarchs and Russian regime, all right? So we elected our president and government. We were happy about that. And that's basically the reason why the Russians decided to snatch our territory, because they cannot live with the idea that Russia is controlled by 20 years, more than 20 years, by the same old fuck, by his mafia, by all those oligarchs. The common people have absolutely no chance to live wealthy, to have good services like in the rotting West, all right? At the same time, Ukrainians just do that. They don't like the criminal fuck ruling them. They just protest, and this protest is successful. Oh my God. So Russians could not live with this idea that Ukrainians are more free than they can ever be. All right, they can't live with this. They feel like this imaginary flaming rooster is like biting their ass. All right, when they think about Ukrainians being free, democratic, successful. No way. Ukrainians cannot do that. Who allowed Ukrainians to live free? You know, that's the fucked up mentality that they have. Starsky swear jar has enough money in to buy a flamingo. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. I really am. I am ashamed. But next time we meet, my friends, I will be reading the Persian poem for you. Maybe it will be like a poem about Khamenei, by the way. That would be really cool. Gotta ask my lady to find one. (10:40 at night here in the Australia. Off to bed. Have a great day. Sleep well, my friend. See you next time. Be safe. It's impossible to talk without swearing. 100%. I know people who do that. God, even in the police, all right? Even in the police. My battalion commander, who later became the chief of the police academy in Ukraine, in Kiev, he would tell the darkest joke possible every single morning. We have like the formation, okay, in the morning. And the commander walks out and starts like, and he's like, oh, hello guys, I've heard the other day, I've heard such a great joke. And he tells you something so cringy, like, you're like, oh my God, did he just say that? Fuck. Yeah, and like we all loved them because of that. He would tell you the darkest jokes possible, the jokes that would probably make you banned on the television instantly and forever, all right? And oh my God, I told one of them to my lady. She looked at me like this, like, are you? That's just so dark. I'm like, yeah. That's what made me myself, all right? Oh, hell. Saturday morning, 12:40, Saturday morning already? Oh my God. Where's that? It's already Saturday somewhere. Any chance you could do the evening streams again too? Absolutely, Lisbeth. I will. I will definitely do that. Can't wait to hear that joke. My friend, I will go to Netherlands one day and I will tell it like in person, because I can't do it on a YouTube, but then just like strike, immediately. Have a great weekend. I have a dentist appointment this morning. Jean, have a great meeting with the dentist. I hope everything will be fine and worthy, all right? I saw Artem Pivovarov concert here in Munich. Ukrainians are the coolest people. Oh my God, that's so cool. That's really cool. Okean Elze actually was in like Darmstadt the other day. I couldn't make it, unfortunately. I got so sick, and yeah, it was hard. You'd get fired for a dark, dirty joke in Aussie 100%. Yeah. For example, there is this beautiful song in Germany called Laila. All right. And this song is actually banned. That's why you don't hear it much on the television or on the radio, because it's basically about a prostitute. I play it all the time in my car. And I don't know if there are consequences if you play this song somewhere in public. I don't think so, because I saw that one time though. But for example, you can have a beer with your buddies, you can sing that, you know, somewhere away from public, and that's fine. Mom told me not to swear. I suggested she. My God, Frankie, how, Cranky, how could you do that? From Cardiff, how the beautiful Cardiff doing, by the way? Any news? How's people there in beautiful Cardiff? How do they fight, you know, all the hardships of not having the Russian gas? I hope that everything's fine. You can tell any and all the darkest jokes in the Netherlands. That's the reason why I will go to the Netherlands. I'll have beer with you, my friends, and I will tell you that joke. But that's just I need to, you know, I need to relieve this, because I'm carrying them with me after every formation we had in the morning, and every single time, like, he tells you a joke, you go like haha, and you just don't want to live anymore. You know, you go like on a patrol, and you don't feel like living. All right. Like they were that bad. They were bad. All right, like they were just too dark, even for me. All right. Like which color is Russian when you put him into an oven? All right. The question: which color the Russian becomes when you put him into an oven? Answer: I don't know, because I keep my eyes closed when masturbating. And you go like, fuck, like that for real? Oh my God. That's like the most innocent one, all right? That's like the most innocent one that I've heard. The interpretation of it, all right? Fuck. Like, did he just say that? We've heard a lot. Cardiff sex tunnels. Yeah, I think that the Cardiff sex tunnels are probably the place where you can just, you know, escape from this horrible reality of not having the Russian gas anymore, and just keep yourself warm, all right, and fed. Oh my God, you guys love the joke. Louis C.K. would literally explode, you know, if he saw that, if he saw the chat at this point, all right? But that was a relatively normal joke, my friends. I don't know. Like, you live in Netherlands, you're more hardened than me, all right? I'm sure you know many more. Who wants to search hamster for sale? Wales, yay! Good idea, actually. Hamsters, you know those big ones, we call them the sea pigs, sea piglets. I don't know. They're better. They contain more meat, probably. By masturbating. A lot of that will be happening in Russia this winter. Oh yeah, I can tell you that. That's for sure. Is it true that dogs in Chernobyl are turning blue? Andrea, very good question. I heard that recently. So the fact is, for some unexplainable reason, their pigments in their fur is changing. All right, and the scientists say that it's a sort of a mutation that is taking place there. But I believe that it's also normal, all right? It's natural, because the nature in Chernobyl is thriving like crazy. There are such creatures can be seen on the trail cams. You would not expect to see them in any other part of the world. There are a lot of horses, Przewalski horse, for example. They just thrive. The wolves, all sorts of creatures. That's amazing. And I was subscribed to this channel, the channel that actually posts the trail cams, the footage of those creatures, like photos and videos. They are amazing. For the years on inbreeding. I believe that a lot of creatures also just run to Chernobyl zone, like they have this natural migration. For example, if forests disappear, they can migrate from Russia, from Belarus, from other parts of Ukraine, because again, Ukraine is very big, all right, 660,000 square kilometers plus. So we have a lot of forests as well, and creatures migrate to Chernobyl area because there's no people there. There's like forests, and that area around Chernobyl, there's a lot of forests and rivers, you know, swamps. There's a lot, like the territory is as huge as 5 Kiev oblasts combined, maybe more. The whole Polisia over there towards Zhytomyr, that area is called Polisia, the near forest, if I translate it, or like around forest, all right? There's a lot of very deep woods, like the forests where people don't even go, all right? So that's like a heaven for all the creatures, for all the wild animals. Boars, bears, moose, deers, the wolves. The population of wolves grew like crazy. The radiation is damaging, but again, nature is cleaning itself, all right? So that would be comparably dangerous for people to live there, but nature somehow survives, all right? And if nature can survive there, then we should protect this place and make sure that more creatures consider this area their home. Balls can turn blue. Absolutely, especially if, like, you know, not wearing pants. That can be the case, and animals, as we know, they don't wear pants, so 100%, like their balls can turn blue easily, all right? If you rub your balls, they're turned red. Where do we have that stage? Is it in Odessa or in Crimea? Shit, I forgot. So in some of Ukrainian cities, we have a statue of like big metal bull, all right? Like the bull. And there is like a local urban legend that if you rub the bull's nuts, okay, and make a wish, the wish will come true. And the statue is like bronze, all right, like brown color, while his nutsack is literally is polished. It's so polished with countless, human touch and stuff. One time I suggested that, actually, it just works like that. Like you can, for example, you want a very expensive car, for example, right? Like a Lamborghini or Porsche. You should just go and find some rich bull and rub his nuts, and there you have it. It works like that. Easy. A lot of people actually became successful just this way. Don't forget to pack some kovbasa and bolts, bolts 100%. There are a lot of stalkers. Actually, I'm not sure if Mirko Brutova is still with us, if he's still watching this chat. Miroslav, let us know, please. I know that you're not watching, you may be listening, but if you do, please do something, right, in the chat. A bit like your beautiful head. Well, it won't work like that because I'm broke, all right? You gotta find someone like, you gotta find a rich bull, all right? And then it might work though. So, Miroslav, by the way, he was a stalker. He went to the Chernobyl area himself with his friend. Like they explored all sorts of deadly radioactive places, all right? He doesn't give a damn. I think he even slept on the ground. So he doesn't need to have X-ray anymore. He can just, take this photo tape, all right, hold it in front of him, and that will work. Bogdan, my friend from the National Guard, before the full-scale invasion, he was actually the dude who was catching those, all right, catching the stalkers in the Chernobyl woods. He caught them so many times. There are literally guys just going to Chernobyl area just, to have fun. Again, we return to this topic of, aliens, ghosts, everything, because why people do that? Because people want to touch to something, supernatural. They want to touch it. They want the feeling. They want to look at something supernatural, and they want this something supernatural to look back at them. All right. We all the life is so boring sometimes, so we all just need that. And I think it's a natural thing. All right, because human beings have very good imagination, and my God. One time I saw a tiny meteorite, all right? I saw it just with the corner of my eyes. I was a kid, and I saw literally fire in the sky, literally flame, And it wasn't like a falling star, the falling star just flies like crazy, like this stroke across the sky. Not like that one, all right? Like the one already, in the lower layers of the atmosphere, it was a legit flame, okay? Like fire. And I saw that, and I'm like, the hell was that? So until I came home, I developed, all right, I invented 1,000 explanations of what that could be actually. And I didn't know about the meteorites that sometimes, yeah, they make it like so low so you can see the actual flame, all right. So years later, I realized that that's the fact that sometimes, it very, very rarely, but sometimes you can see that happening. Have you played the game DayZ? I really did. I did. I played the National Guard edition, all right? Basically the same. The zombies are the same, but the zombies primarily wear like Russian flags, and you have to survive. I played another one called Hobo Tough Life. It's an actual game that you can find on the stream. I played the Soldier edition, all right, in the real life. Basically the same. You're like surfing through different trash, finding things to build your little shelter from, and try to survive, all right? Not die from hunger, try to entertain yourself, you know, things like that. The Hobo Simulator, that's basically the life of a soldier, all right? No money, no home. But returning to the DayZ, the DayZ is a great game, of course, very realistic, and DayZ is based on the either Arma or Operation Flashpoint platform, which is good, all right? Because comparably to other first-person shooters, they are like more or less realistic. Everything else, Battlefield, whatever, like meh. In real-life games rule, yeah, absolutely. The only problem is that you cannot really save, all right, your game, because it doesn't work like that. But sometimes they're cool. There is a frozen server, as in it's always cold weather-wise. Oh my god, that's like most of my deployments, all right? That's like my life. Jesus. Most deployments in winter. Freaking Luhansk minus 35. Wolves hanging around our positions. Shit. Like being sick all the time, the whole winter. Oh my god, that's like the best days of my life, my friends. Wish that would make us healthier though, but it's not the case. Our guys returned to the positions. And the last guy, like the group, in winter at night, all right? The last guy turns around and sees like several meters away 2 freaking wolves just following them quietly. When he told me that, I love the original Operation Flashpoint. Yeah. Arma series, I didn't play past Arma 2. Arma 2 is very good, and there are several editions. Well, as soon as I went to the army, as soon as I became a military in the real life, I immediately stopped playing things like Arma, simulating things. I remember one time in the Operation Flashpoint, I was a kid. And there in the mission editor, you can actually reenact different battles. And I'm standing there like watching a bunch of tanks at the positions, deflecting the enemy attack that starts with like artillery strike, Russian artillery strike, the helicopters incoming, and the Russian tanks eventually. And I'm standing there as a civilian watching all that stuff. Then I just walk around the ruins, everything's burning, everything's destroyed. And eventually I have this thought, it was early 2000s, I have this thought, what if this shit happens for real, you know? Will I enjoy it? I must say that already there I probably realized that I will not be happy to see that happening in the real life. And later I had, unfortunately, the opportunity to confirm this. Arma 3 is excellent, but maybe I'm wrong. I think that Arma 2 is less arcade than Arma 3. Because Arma 3, I think in the vanilla game you play with like modern... some vehicles are not even existing, all right? So... Arma 2 involves like the real shit, like BTRs, BMPs, whatever's modern nowadays, even though they were produced in the Soviet times. Have you played Stalker 2? I haven't played it yet. I talked to the developers. I talked about it in the previous episodes. I talked with the developers. They expressed their gratitude for my readiness to go there to Czechia and to actually make a review on this game, but maybe sometime in the future. Maybe I will play it sometime next time, because after joining the army, as well as now, I'm not the biggest fan of first-person shooters. Okay. Stalker, I would definitely get it just because of the lore, because of Ukrainian developers, of course. I don't know. I want you to come roleplay a cop in the 5M server I am in. Save RP. All right, I will save this one. Okay, because I'm playing LSPDFR, that's my guilty pleasure. I'm playing LSPDFR sometimes. 5M I saw, all right, I researched what it is. And save RP. I actually liked it. Yeah, all right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much. I didn't know that you were playing GTA. Sorry, folks, talking about gaming. Yeah. Squad is a nice... Squad is realistic as well, I agree. It's true that in Arma 3 you use vehicles that don't exist in the game, and that, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The vehicles that don't exist in the real life. What is realistic in Arma 3 is this widespread use of drones. That's exactly what we can see right now. So I like to see Starsky play RV. RV? What is RV? Let me know. Yeah. So what Arma 3 actually predicted correctly is the fact that there will be a lot of drones, all right? But they couldn't even imagine how much that will be the case, how many drones we will see. Got over 15,000 hours. Oh my God. You know the Second Life. So I have an account created in 2008 actually. And I don't know how many thousand hours I spent on that one, like in early 2000s, and Second Life is still running, by the way. So that's a lot. 15,000 hours is more than I spent in like Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, that's for sure. What is RV, my friends? I need to know. Ready or Not is a pretty popular CQB SWAT game. I agree. I love it. It's so good. It's like when you play Ready or Not, the immersion is enormous. And when I play Ready or Not, I really did. All right. When I played Ready or Not, I just looked at all the things I could have in the police. All right. If we were just a bit more lucky, because in Ukraine the SWAT team was formed around the time I went to the National Guard. So we had several units, namely Tor and Cord. Those were the what else? Tor and Cord, yeah. Those are the SWAT teams that we have. Again, trained by the United States SWAT officers. So basically they have the same equipment and training. And all that in the Ready or Not is basically what we could have, all right? So when I tried Ready or Not, I didn't go with like that wand or I don't know, gas. However, we would use gas as well, but I wouldn't do that. I like to play like, like poor man's SWAT, like we did back in my battalion. So you only have like some kind of crazy old handgun, AK, for example, and you just go. All right. Ready or Not is really fun. Ready or Not is really good because of high replayability. All right, so every case is unique. Every entry ends differently, basically randomly, I would say. But another thing is LSPDFR mode for GTA 5. So what is it? Like GTA 5 is everybody knows what it is. Like it's a game about a bunch of criminals, a bunch of bank robbers. Storyline is good, everything is beautiful, all right. But the mode called LSPDFR, that is Los Santos Police Department First Responders, all right? So you can basically play as a cop, and you play as like you just go on a shift, you do traffic stops, you can install a bunch of call outs, you can talk to the dispatch using your voice and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting, all right? It's interesting. Recently they have released the policing redefined mod that even improves the communication with the pedestrians. So kind of interesting. Again, my patrol battalion, all right, my patrol police battalion was a bit different than usual patrol police units, because we were designed to participate in the anti-terrorist operation in Donetsk, in the Donbass region. So we were more aimed at the counter-terrorist action, all right, working with the local population, filtering the transports coming to and from the occupied areas, things like that, primarily looking for terrorists, illegal weapons, enforcing the military, and basically that's it. Sometimes we would get also involved in patrolling in Kiev somewhere, for example. Sometimes. And mostly in the strategic objects, again, like rail stations and... Yes, Newman, that is a really long stream, seriously. Friend, if you feel bored, I won't mind if you have a rest, because we have so many... Like, we didn't even talk about food yet, my friends. We're already running for like 3 hours, and this is some of my favorite topics, though. All right, the games, how realistic they are, all right, because you know that I love simulators, how realistic they are. The more realistic, the better, all right. So yeah, and we were involved in things like that, but not as the true patrol police, all right. Someone is flying here. Get out of here. I'm not hallucinating, I swear. So it wasn't like we did the same duties as the patrol police you can see on the streets, all right? We had different uniform and a bit different tasks, but sometimes we would get involved in that. So that's interesting to compare. Again, LSPDFR, my guilty pleasure, I do it sometimes, not often, all right? I prefer flying. And again, returning to flying, if you like simulators, please check out Captain Starsky. That's my side channel. I do different reviews. The most recent review is about A-32 Vixen aircraft from Aeropract, designed by God Friends. The dudes did a perfect add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and 2024. Aeropract is a Ukrainian aircraft, all right? And this aircraft was designed in Kyiv, and they also have a factory not only in Kyiv, but also in the United States. So you can check out this aircraft like anywhere. You would like survival games like Vane in early access. I think Vane is already released. I think I saw it, the release, all right? Because I tried this one as soon as I arrived to Germany, actually. I arrived with this Steam Deck and I installed it on the Steam Deck. It was good. It was good. It was like a way to escape reality. Actually, Vane is very, very nice. Like if you enjoy loneliness, tiny spaces, basically like me, then it's definitely for you. I have some DCS games. I would have them too, but I have information that is unconfirmed. But I have information that Russian developers are involved in DCS. So my son was addicted to Rust. Yes, that one was really good. War Thunder in VR is great. Yeah, VR is so good. I mean, if you have a VR headset, that changes a lot. There are some very, very cool games made for VR specifically. Like some of the coolest trips to the sex tunnels can be found in VR on Steam. We're all waiting for the Starsky Sex Tunnels game. That will be available only for premium subscribers on my OnlyFans page. All right, and it will be available only after I finish the World of BTR game. So that one will be released first, and then the Sex Tunnels. You have to use mods in Arma 3. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Like, if you use the mods in Arma 3, the add-ons, then yes, then it's really good. While Eagle Dynamics was originally headquartered in Moscow, Russia, it's now headquartered in Switzerland. The question is, who are they? Like, who are those guys? Are they headquartered in Switzerland because otherwise they would not get paid on Steam? We gotta check this out. Sex Tunnel should be a VR exclusive. Oh yeah. Space Pirates Simulary Sports. There is my God, Starfield, the long forgotten game. Oh my God, it was only released just like 2 years ago or something. And how I started a gaming catastrophe. No, my friend, you started another topic, but it means that our food discussing is being delayed a bit. So let's continue talking about the games. Starfield, that one is the coolest pirate simulator. I still like it because every encounter somewhere in the space is very interesting. Like you have to dock to the enemy spaceship, and the coolest thing is if you like incapacitate them and throw them in the jail and things like that. I'm not sure if you can do it yet though. But when I played it, you couldn't. Anyway, the reason why you should incapacitate everyone is that if you leave any evidence of murdering somebody, you will have to pay a huge bounty. But if the people are alive, you pay just like meh, all right? It's incomparable with whatever loot you can find on board of an enemy ship. Mercado was streaming playing it. The Starfield, that's cool. I gotta try actually. Like, I have a dude who, of course, he was a ranger. So in the game, I was like my dude in the Starfield. He was a ranger, of course, all right? Not Vanguard, like whatever. Rangers, like in Stephen King's Gunslinger, all right? The Dark Tower series, like Rangers. So eventually I got really, really tired of eliminating pirates everywhere. So probably not even tired. Accidentally, I shot someone. And the bounty was so high, so I couldn't pay it out, and I had to join pirates. The pirates were so cool. Jesus. Like, oh my God, you can do all sorts of crazy shit. Everyone wants to kill you. All right, you're being hunted everywhere. It's like in the Star Citizen, actually. And I didn't play Star Citizen for almost 3 years already. Okay, since before the persistence update was implemented. And there was basically the same story. I had to join pirates because I accidentally murdered someone. I got thrown in the jail, and it sucked. X Games are great franchise. Yeah, that was some of my favorite ones. Back in the days, I would build my space station and all that stuff. Yeah, I remember. The Horizon something. The recent X game where you can actually land on the space station and walk around it. I kind of checked it. It wasn't bad. But again, it just requires diving deep into the lore and literally saying goodbye to everyone you know for at least 3 weeks, all right? Good day, my friend. We are discussing games here already after all the updates, and we are getting ready to discuss the food as well after this topic is finished. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is a piratey game. Yeah, that one was good. I played it before the full-scale invasion. That one was just so good. But I expected something like less arcadish, actually, because there were several pirate games that were actually very good. Unfortunately, some of them were designed by Russians. That is why when I learned about it, and it was good, but at the same time it would lag like crazy over time because the engine the Russians created sucked balls big time. So I expected something like Skull and Bones from Ubisoft. Turned out that it wasn't worth waiting. I don't know. I have a new girlfriend, so no much gaming anymore. Yeah, that is why you should date gamers. All right, that's the solution. So that's something to keep in mind. By the way, my dear friends, who is acquainted with the Second Life? Let me know, because I have it installed since spring this year, and I have like this habit of going online once a year and checking if everyone is still alive. There's one of my friends, Kenneth, yeah, Kenneth. We know each other since like 2008, and we meet each other every year, all right, in the Second Life, and I'm just checking. I checked my Second Life account. Your is 2005, mine is 2008. That's crazy. Second Life, 20 years ago. Oh yeah. My shift's almost over. After a night of getting work out to Amazon workers for their work rate expectations, food talk might make me hungry. Yeah, maybe we will evade this one because Starsky rich in Linden dollars. Just so you know, I even had my very own store in the Second Life. It was called Morok's Clockworks, all right, and I was making steampunk avatars. I have a few. I think I still have a few of those. Wasn't really rich because that stuff is like a money hoover, all right. It's just I had an account for Second Life many moons ago. Yeah, and it's still running. There's approximately 30,000 users online every single day. So even comparing to other popular games, Second Life is still leading, like decades after it was first launched. I cleaned windows for Linden's. You don't want to know what I did for money in Second Life. It was embarrassing. It was very bad. All right, it was ugly. Yeah, but we do all sorts of crazy shit in order to survive. Yeah. Have you tried VR yet? In Kiev, I had a VR set. We played with Max. It was like a kind of rehabilitation, all right? So Max, after he returned from Rubizhne, Bakhmut, all that area, he returned with this 1,000-mile stayer, with empty eyes, and I tried to revive him with sushi and VR gaming. So we would do that, and actually it was good. I installed Blade and Sorcery, and sometimes I would literally spend 5 hours a day killing people in virtual life, literally slashing them. It was so good. Oh my god. More people get sucked into World of Warcraft. Yeah. That one was, yeah. I think Warcraft cannot be compared to. But does it still exist? Sorry. Estimated 41,000 to 44,000 daily active users. Yeah, that's interesting. I checked ChatGPT. So according to ChatGPT, like there were around 30 at minimum, 30,000 visitors at minimum. World of Warcraft is dead. Yeah. It's so evil, destroyed many lives. Yeah. One thing you can do in Second Life, because you have your very own avatar that represents you in Second Life. I would never represent myself in Second Life. As myself, like someone looking as me, because Second Life gives you opportunity to be whatever you like, go wherever you like. I was literally like a Shaolin monk, or right, just traveling around. I traveled across Second Life. It took a long time because it's freaking huge. I think it's the size of Australia probably, but I did that. And also, I liked to represent myself in the Second Life as random crazy creatures. I went as a tiniest avatar available in Second Life, which is amoeba, all right, like a tiny germ. You cannot see it actually. It was really cool, and also. I had like the largest avatar possible, which was 5-headed fucking dragon. And when you go like this creature, like the wingspan was the size of a freaking Minneapolis, I think. So when you go in this dragon somewhere, people immediately start asking you to change the avatar because it's just so too terrifying, all right? But I enjoyed it actually, and then I had an avatar of like ugly drunk man. I would just visit different places. I was a fairy with cannabis wings sometimes, and sometimes I would be like this old homeless, ugly, sketchy man with a bottle of some beverage, smoking. I would go to Blairstone pub in Blarney Stone in Virtual Island. That was really good. Yeah, Bridget. So I was young and I needed the money. And because you have avatars and you can shape shift into whatever you like. Sometimes there's quite a few people, for example, that are looking for, different specific services, like, like they visit like strip clubs, which is like, it's stupid because it's 3D. It doesn't even look real, all right? But again, there are different people out there, and they like, if they enjoy it, let them enjoy it. Why not? All right, if it's legal, let them do that. And one of the ways you can earn money that I didn't do myself, I've heard it from other people. Yes, and I never tried it. Is when, for example, you use an avatar of some beautiful lady dancing, all right, and then different people like pay you money for that, and you can make a fortune. I think I should try it because I never tried it myself. I would never do that. Come on, I mean I would never do that. But they say that it's a good way to have some quick cash. All right. So that's the thing about Second Life. some experience I have never experienced. Imagine how crazy is that. For example, there is a lady that is controlled by some like dude with stubble, and some other dude pays her money without knowing who's on the other side. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's sick. Mega exited the chat. Oh, one thing about Second Life that you should know is that my very first live concert after I quit my band, after my band dissolved, all right, back in the days, I was like 25. So I started making music myself, and my very first concert, live concert, was actually took place in Second Life, in virtual London, by the way. So we had this like a big club, and I performed there live. Seriously, I had like computer here, my keyboard here, and the buckthorn oil. No, I haven't heard about this one. Buckthorn oil. Yeah, and I performed for people. Buckthorn oil is a red-orange oil extracted from the berries of the sea buckthorn plant. No, I haven't heard about this one. I don't even know what it is, actually. Like this one. To me, it looks like barberry, actually. Yeah, but I never tried it. So yeah, that was my very first performance. And got some from Lviv. So in Lviv, we have so-called iron wine, by the way. That's something that you should know. Just a second, let me show this to you. This is something you should find. If you're going to Lviv, you should find it. Залізне вино. So you can buy it only in Lviv, all right? We call it iron wine. And it's a kind of liquor that you can only buy in Lviv. It's produced in Lviv since ancient times. There's this druggery museum, like very old one. And you go inside, you can see all sorts of like medieval things used by alchemists and stuff. So you can check it out. It's a museum, actually. But it's also a druggery, like the real one. You can buy all sorts of medicine, and you can also buy the iron wine. Why is it called iron wine? So this stuff is red. It contains a lot of iron. All right. I don't remember what it's made from, but it's literally like a beverage. It's I think it's kind of alcoholic, and it looks like this. All right, so when you go to Lviv, every single time I go to Lviv, I just get that one and either give it to my friends or drink it myself. You add this to different liquors, for example. So it contains a lot of iron. Why iron is good for our health? Everyone, I think, understands that iron helps carry the oxygen. It helps our red blood cells to carry the oxygen. If you lack iron in your blood, you have anemia, which is like a sickness. It means that the number of red cells in your blood is like the oxygen in your blood goes down dramatically. So iron is prescribed to increase the level of oxygen in your blood, all right? The level of the capability, the capacity of your blood cells to just transport oxygen. In Estonia we love it. I gotta try it because I've never heard about this one. So that's what you want to know. If you go to Lviv sometime, you gotta visit that druggery. Everyone in the city knows where it is. It's in the downtown. Rusty wine, yeah, something like that. It's not like it's not like it's made out of iron, but it's just called iron wine. Sounds like something Vlad the Impaler would drink. 100%. I had anemia for 3 years because of the blood loss. Yeah. I had a friend who also had it, and it sucks. It sucks so bad. Like when you lack oxygen and you feel like shit all the time. It's just so bad. Basically, if you have COVID for a while, you can also feel like if you have anemia, because the level of oxygen in your blood decreases. It sucks. My ex left years ago, and today I decided to send his Ibanez to my dear Dutch friend living in Spain. He was crying when I told him. Oh, that's so cool. The Ibanez. Well, yeah, it contains iron, but it's not like it's made out of iron brick or something. It does contain iron, and it increases the ability of blood to transfer oxygen. Iron. Why do we pronounce it iron? Iron. I have no idea. Iron. Yeah. It's like with Worcester sauce, I think. Worcester. Something like that. I listen to Iron Maiden a lot. Is that sufficient? It is. If you headbang a lot, that is 100%. Good day, Larry. How are you doing? So good to see you. We are slowly shifting from discussing the recent updates and the computer games to the main topic of our streams, the food. Worcester, yeah. It's written as Worcestershire, but you say Worcestershire. Yeah, that's the case. That's mind-boggling. Worcestershire sauce is how I call it. Yeah, Worcester. How does like this turn into this? I don't know. Still a mystery to me. By the way, is it good? Let me know, because I have no idea. I never tried it. I saw it, obviously. I never tried it. And if I can buy it in Germany somewhere. Worst shit sauce. But it's great in the Bloody Mary. Yeah, I remember Bloody Mary. Oh my god. So the other day I checked the restaurant I used to go in early 2000s in Kiev with my friends. I don't remember if I already told you this story. Like, I was 20 something, all right, and we went to this restaurant after the job to have dinner and to have a drink or two. And we ordered, and the reason I actually checked this restaurant is because it's still there. We were streaming from this restaurant together with Roman and Rick, by the way, back in 2023, I think, maybe even 24. We were streaming from this very restaurant, and it's still there. So we went there with my friends like 20 years ago to have dinner and drink, and we had a beer, and then another beer, and then another beer, and then we decided to order something that burns, all right? I think the cocktail was named either Hiroshima or B-52, something like that. So basically you have like a glass of rocket fuel, they set it on fire, and then you just blow on it and drink it. Just like that, because otherwise you can just burn your face and everything else and go straight to hospital, or even worse. So because I was already not really sober by the time we ordered that stuff, I had a straw, and for reasons I cannot explain until this day, maybe like the easiest explanation would be probably I was drunk like fuck, all right? Maybe that's the only reason, but I took the glass, it was burning, and I, instead of just doing like this, you know, I decided to do that through a straw. And most obviously, my attempt failed because that stuff, the burning liquid splashed on my hands, on my freaking pants, everywhere. So as a result, I received like second degree burn probably on my hands. It was burning, and it's burning, you know, and then like I'm drunk, of course, and it's burning, and I'm like, oh, and I try and I do like this, you know, and the fire like follows my hand because it's on fire, you know, and I'm like, oh, and burn, it hurts actually. Yeah, and I do that splashing like more of this stuff on myself. Thank God my pants didn't burn, but my hand really did. And what I did next was, because my wisdom teeth were growing and they ached like hell, I went to the druggery and I bought the baby dental paste. It's like if your baby grows teeth, you take this stuff, all right, and you rub it in your baby's gums, and it's like it seizes the pain. And I knew about this, so I didn't have baby, obviously. I was like 20 something, but I knew about this, so I bought this stuff and I tried to freeze my wisdom teeth because they were aching like bitch. So I had it in my pocket, and my hand was aching like crazy. What I did, I think, like, all right, this stuff should help. All right, so I took this paste, I put it on my hand. All right, rubbed it really well. But apparently, you're not supposed to do that, because instead of like removing the pain, all right, killing the pain, this shit started aching even more. So in the end, I literally ordered like a big bowl of ice, and the rest of the evening I was like drinking beer with my other hand dipped in the bowl of ice. So that was the only thing that actually saved me. I do all sorts of crazy things when I'm drunk. That's why I happily don't drink for years anymore. Yeah, but that was scary. I wish we had like smartphones with cameras back in those days. That was kind of fun. Aura gel, yeah, something like that. In Ukraine, I think it's called baby dental. It's for babies when the teeth grow and they cry and they don't let you sleep and live. All right, you can just use that one. Guys, don't burn yourself, all right? That stuff hurts very, very much. That's a fantastic story, perfect for the book. Steve, you didn't hear the story when I sprayed myself with hand sanitizer. That one was worse. Trust me. That was just so bad. Clove oil is the key for any gum tooth pain. Baby dental is good. I mean, that one actually helps. If you have wisdom teeth growing, if you have any problem with the gums, you can use that one. It's a life hack. Actually saved me a lot. And that time I lost my hair. Yeah, something like that. That was bad. I still keep thinking about it. I remember it as if it happened yesterday. With like that 20-kilometer march. Oh my God. Whew. All right. I'll tell you the story. Probably the story was told already, but I don't remember because I have amnesia. So early in the morning, we wake up in the training camp, and we are preparing for the march. We have this like huge training program there, and the whole company is getting ready. All right, so it was battalion tactical military exercise on the level of a battalion, all right? So our company involved, the reconnaissance company is involved, all the command is there, and we wake up around 5 something, 5:30, we take all the stuff with us. So you take your armor, your ammo, your additional ammo, your weapon, of course, and then you also take your backpack, all right? Because they were training us how to pack our backpacks properly. So you have only the most necessary things. You don't carry anything else. And basically, you're carrying something like 30 kilograms on your back and on you, all right? And Greg Terry did something that made his hair fall out. I gotta ask him sometime. And around 6, we are departing, okay? And we're marching through the forest. And we were marching until like 9 p.m. And when you are marching, and I'm a private, all right, I'm going in my platoon, all right, in my squad. So there's like a column of people going through the forest. The commanders are using maps and stuff like that. And when your commander stops, what do? You stand on your knee, all right? You go lower. You stand on your knee and you wait and you look at your commander. And then when your commander continues going, you stand up, you look behind yourself to make sure that your guys have visual contact. If not, you go like, you tap your stalks to attract their attention. They see you, you go like, let's go. And you keep going. And it's like that for hours, all right? You're going, then commander stops, you go down on your knee and wait. And then you stand up and go again. You have 30 kilograms of stuff on yourself. So this keeps going like that for hours until the very evening. And in the evening, we stop for a short rest. Like the whole company is there, like scattered in the area. And we're expecting for a car to bring us the food, all right? The truck is supposed to bring the food. And the truck brings food. I'm walking to the truck, and the guys, I extend, the empty plates, and the guys put the beetroot salad in it, which I don't eat. It's deadly. I just don't. And then they put the bean porridge, which I also don't eat. All right? And I'm hungry like crazy. I want to eat so bad. I'm starving, all right? And I take that stuff, I look at it, I walk away, I take my shovel, I dig a hole, right? I bury that in the soil. Like I cannot stand those things. And I go and take like a plastic glass of tea, and that's my whole dinner that night. After a day of march. But when you march, when you stand on your knee, like 1 million times a day, what happens next? First of all, you get tired all the time. Secondly, eventually, because your legs hurt like hell, you decide that sometimes you might just sit on the ground, right, with your ass, and inevitably you like the sand and the dust starts accumulating in your pants somehow, maybe because you're sweaty and stuff. What happens next? Eventually, because human body consists of arms, legs, and the butt, all right? When you walk like this, and you have sand in there, eventually it starts hurting bad, all right? And when it does, it only increases. There's no way to relieve the pain at all. And especially if you're like wet, all right, completely wet and sweaty. If you're soaking wet. So it's around 2 a.m. We decide to sleep under the open sky, all right? We sleep in like pairs. One dude stays awake, the other dude takes a nap. 2 meters from us, there's another pair. One stays awake, one sleeps, and we're trying to take a rest, all right, to rest through the night. So inevitably, I decided. So first of all, I need to change clothes, all right. So I have like thermal underwear that is soaking wet. It's 2 a.m. It's getting cold, and it's kind of raining. So while my partner stays awake and watches his sector, I decided. Just a second. I need to reply. I decided that I need to change, so I changed the thermal underwear. I wear the dry one, and I think, shit, it hurts so bad, all right, because of all the sand and everything else. It hurts so bad. Maybe it's a good idea to disinfect it, all right? So what I do is I take the hand sanitizer and I spray myself, all right? The aching part of my body. I think 700 kilometers away from us in the area of Donbass, even the Russian invaders heard me screaming, all right? In the middle of the night. After that, I decided to apply something else because I had this specific paste that you apply to your toes and your feet, if you have a similar problem. But again, I didn't know that it contains a lot of menthol. So next morning, I got evacuated together with 5 more losers from my company who had the similar problem. All right, we were literally evacuated, lightly wounded. All right, 300s. So that was like the biggest failure, but also it was a very good experience because eventually you realized that the tiniest shed can turn you from an infantryman, from an active combat unit, into a fucking wounded, all right? You forgot to wear gloves. You reload your AK, all right? And then you get a piece of your skin squeezed there in the mechanism. That's it. And this shit hurts. It's getting inflamed, infected. Like that can cause you to lose your combat worthiness. Let alone, things like that. So during the training process, you learn a lot of things like that, a lot of things that actually bring you necessary experience. You heard that you shouldn't sit on your butt, you shouldn't sit with your butt on the ground, but you ignored that, and there you have it. All right, it was your very own fault. So another thing that you never learn from the books or field manuals or SOPs is that don't spray yourself with the fucking hand sanitizer because it contains alcohol. This shit burns. All right. So that was just a bit of my experience. All right. That was bad. And before we did that, we actually we attacked a position, a training position. So we were running like crazy. I was running with all the stuff on my back. We eliminated the targets. We took the position, and it was like 100 meters above the ground, like on a hill. All right. And after that, I realized that I cannot do it anymore. So it was a tiny thing. It wasn't a wound. It wasn't something serious, all right? But the pain was fucking enormous. And the pain was so bad, so it prevented me from being combat worthy, basically. So those things you learn. And those things, sometimes you need to learn them to avoid making those mistakes again. Had a green ant climb in my sleeping bag and bit me on the bum when I was in training years ago and left a welt that looked like a birthmark for months. Holy shit. One time I brought a tick from such a training, and like literally I'm undressing and I see this shit like sticking out of my stomach, literally. And I just removed it, all right, just like that. I just pinched it, threw it away, which is something you never do if you have ticks. Because when you do that, they leave part of their body inside of you. The ticks are dangerous because they have like a bunch of hooks. When they crawl into your skin, they anchor themselves, all right? And when you pinch the tick, like it leaves its fucking head inside of you forever, and it cannot be removed at all. There is a way to remove ticks. You gotta get like... do I have anything similar here? I don't. So generally what you need to do, you need to take like some kind of something plastic, all right? You need to take something plastic and you need to cut like a tiny triangle in this plastic, okay? And then you just put this stuff around the tick, screw it around, all right? Turn it and remove it easily. It's still alive. I did it a million times with all of my animals that I had, and actually in a lot of stores you have that stuff, that device sold there specifically for ticks. All right, like in DM, if you're in Germany, you can buy that stuff. So that's the proper way of removing them. They keep being alive, by the way, so you can keep them as a pets, as pets. All right, tweezers, it might kill the bastard. So it's better to literally use something like very, very safe, something like that. But I probably didn't know about it, or I was just too stupid, so I just pinched the tick and removed it from my belly, and there was like blood, just spraying out. So I had the same stuff. I had like that birthmark, all right, on my belly for years after that. Like a plastic mini crowbar. Yeah, that's the one. If your pet has a tick, you can use that one, or you can make one yourself easily. It looks like a crowbar, exactly. You just like the way you remove nails from 2x4, all right? So yeah, that's the tool that you should be looking for. Tweezers work fine. I agree on that, but tweezers are dangerous because you can just squeeze the fucker and he might die, like, yeah. So that stuff is even safer than tweezers. I have the good fortune of not attracting ticks, but I have had to remove some from my own pets. Ticks and bad weather are my main concern while camping or hiking. Yeah. Ticks are all like all other animals. They're not as nasty as ticks, all right? Spiders, Ellie is sleeping, I hope. Spiders, like whatever, like in the nature, there's nothing else that can actually harm you but the ticks. And the nastiest ones are the tiniest ones, actually, the ones that carry the Lyme disease. Not only they give you the disease, they also bite you and run away. Okay, so it's not like they stick to you. They just bite, they run away, and you have that shit. And you have absolutely no idea what happened even, because you might not even notice it. And that stuff is very, very bad. If you squeeze ticks, they can vomit into you. Yeah. That's another reason why it's better not to use tweezers, but use something safer. I decided to wear my shirt. Russians F off in public. Had ships as the middle word. Nice. Do you know the fish called candiru? That is nasty. The one that goes into like underwear? Yeah, that one is bad. I've heard about it. It's there is like this big fly actually that bites cattle. I don't remember where exactly it lives, either in Africa or in India somewhere, but I might be wrong. So that fly is also nasty because when it bites, it lays an egg deep under the skin, and the egg turns into this big freaking leech. It looks like a big worm, all right? So that one is very, very bad. And there are cases, you can even see them on YouTube. The bot fly, yeah. Oh, shit. There are cases on YouTube when people have like those leeches removed from their skin. And there was one case, I believe, that I read about it, a case when the dude had this leech growing in his brain, and eventually he died because the leech started like eating his brain and he died. That one was nasty, literally. So good we don't have them in our climate zone. That is just so insane, and it's kind of yucky. Yeah. Horsefly, Australia has them. Yeah. Shit. Oh my god. Australia has a lot of beautiful animals, actually. Like those amazing, beautiful spiders the size of my hand and stuff. Yeah. Kangaroos, you're just like smoking somewhere in the wild, there goes kangaroo. They're like, oh, such a cute kangaroo. The fucker just knocks you out cold instantly and takes your smartphone. Yeah. The nature is beautiful. Yeah. Oh my god. In Ukraine, we have several poisonous spiders. Their population started to grow over the past decade, especially in the southern Ukraine. We don't really know where they come from, but they are there. Primarily, by the way, in the area where Russians are stationed now. Which proves one more time that nature hates Russians, all right? Everything in the world hates Russians. So we have just a couple of poisonous snakes, bears. Basically, that's everything that can kill you. Wolves don't even want to kill you. Like the only canine that can kill you is like your neighbor's dog, all right? Your neighbor's whatever dog. Pekines, I don't know, Chihuahua, those might kill you. Wolves in Ukraine, they generally they don't kill. They don't like people. They try to avoid people at all cost. The platypus is venomous as well. Yeah, the platypus echidna, they are venomous. I think Australians can tell you more, but they are. They have like those like torn, oh my god, claws or something, which is crazy. That's like the only venomous mammals on Earth. How crazy is that? Mammals that actually lay eggs. Fuck. Oh my god, guys, 4 hours streaming. I think we will be wrapping this one up because, like, I know that you're tired, guys. I can talk more, but I think it's a good idea to wrap it up. I also have to make another video. So, we'll see you this evening. I will be streaming in the evening as well. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for your questions there in the chat. It was really good. So many stories, oh my god. Second Life, holy shit, I gotta check it out as well. My dear friends, thank you so much for watching. Thanks to all the moderators. Ali is sleeping, Newman I think already went to bed as well. Big thanks to all the members of my channel. Big thanks to everyone who supports Ukraine, which is much, much more important than supporting my channel, by the way. Big thanks to everyone who stands with Ukraine. That's a proper thing to do. And as always, be safe. I wish you all a beautiful day, and we'll see you next time. See you in the evening, all right? Bye-bye. Stay safe.